So that's your job. And your job is to be willing to die. You're a soldier, man. You're so on the front line. You've gone too far to turn back. If you went and hid in a basement for 6 weeks, people all over the world would think the government had killed you. So you have to understand your obligation, what the universe have gave you. And so just want you to know. Man, I looked at that smile on your face just now. And the first time I ever wished I was a photographer, to take that picture and let the world see that honesty and that integrity. And know some of the things I know, how you'll drive all over the country to chase us down.
It's like I'm stalking though.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Chase us down. Okay?
I do feel like I have an obligation for people. I mean, it's bigger than me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But no, being business, you can't see it. It was business to Trump. He saw nothing.
All right.
Okay? Well, I just saw it, that smile. Okay? And so again, I just say, man, I thank you. I look at Kathy Hughes, what she's able to do with that show. I look at Carl Nelson, the Joe Madisons. You know, some can go further than others because some got leeway. But I just say, man, to sit here, my birthday, it's a weekend. Thank you for contributing to my birthday. You know, all I say is thank you. We move so fast. I don't know if you're married, I don't know if you're a family, I don't know if you're a wife. But when we get on here, we bosom friends. Anytime I see you, I stop whatever I'm doing. Hey, my man, how are you? Hey. Hey, man, what, you know? I owe that to you. Because together, we can beat this thug. Because it's the universal God. And so again, I just say thank you. Thank you for running me down, man. So again, but that's the obligation that you have. How old are you?
I'm 36.
So you don't have the right to do what 36 people do. You don't have the right to go to the dance or go to the party. You don't have a right to take that trip to Europe when I might need that plane fare to fly somebody else to feed my people that love me. You feed them. Oh, it's one thing being hungry from food. There's another thing being hungry for information.
That's right.
And that's you the feeder. You got to be the farmer. You got to grow the crop. You got to till the grain. And at nighttime, when you hear something that sounds like water, you got to go see if the crop's going to be flooded. That's your job, man.
Yes, sir.
And then you got to deal with people that think you're crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, that's their way out. I'm embarrassed that you told me this, and I didn't know it, so I think you're crazy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Gregory, and the birds of the great Duke Ellington. We love you madly. Keep on producing and pushing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Guess who's back, everybody? Brother Ron. Tell some friends. Guess who's back and still black? Brother Ron. Tell some friends. This is Brother Ron. Welcome to We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. That's We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. All right. We ain't going to play today. It is a great day. I am back. So much happening right now. It's always been. But like Baba Dick just told y'all in that clip, he anointed me as the feeder. So I'm going to feed you. Feed ya. Can you dig it, man? Because humane salvation lies in the hands of the creatively maladjusted. I got a good one for y'all. Cause it's witchcraft. Wicked witchcraft. Okay. I think I'm back on. I think y'all can hear me. I'm gonna do some checking. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna check everything. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think y'all can hear me. I just want to make sure before I go in. I got some gems to deliver to the people. Power to the people. Okay, it working, y'all. We working. We in business. We in business. Have no fear. For Brother Ron is here. This is June 30th, 2026. It's June 30th, 2026. I guess we're officially halfway through this thing called 2026. It's been an interesting ride for me. A lot of interesting wicked turns and curves and things coming at you. I didn't realize. If you told me June 30th of 2026 that I would have lost my Uncle Mike and my Aunt Dorothy, my mama's big brother, and my mom's baby sister within 90 days of each other before July, I would not have believed it. And I'm a living witness to it happening and some other things going on. Now, I took a break from my regularly scheduled programming in terms of my life. I, got off the hamster wheel, and so I could just reassess what's going on with me. And guess what, folks? I'm choosing me. I choose me. Yeah. It feels so good. It feels so good to choose me right now. And by me choosing me is really good for you all, because when I take care of me, I can take care of everybody else. Take care of me now, take care of y'all later. Can you dig it? I sure can. So with that said, I'm in Memphis. Everybody crying the Memphis blues about Ja Morant. I don't know, unless you were living in a cave or comatose. Ja Morant, we said, brother 100% rotten podcast. He said, is brother Phil up yet? Oh, Phil coming, man. I'm gonna fill you in on that later. But we got segments. And also, if y'all love the words from Brother Herb, you want me to stay on the air a little bit longer, y'all know what to do, crew. Y'all know what to do. It's the Herb mentality. Support, Cash App, $ R2C2H2. PayPal, Zelle, R2C2H2 at gmail.com. Vimo at R2C2H2. Apple Cash, 901-299-4355. Or join our Patreon, patreon.com/We All Be. We are doing 20 for 20. With 20 years of We All Be movement. World enriching, activating, liberating, love, beautification, experience. I am the son of Sun Ra. Can you dig it? Hey, I met the Wu-Tang Clan a couple weeks ago. We need to talk about that. But anyway, getting back, if you're in Memphis, some people got the blues, even though it's sunny, sunshiny outside. Some folks got the blues because they heard the news. Ja Morant got packing. He's a Portland trailblazer. He's no longer a Grizzly. He's a trailblazer, which is interesting. Now, I'm not that invested in sports anymore like I used to be. I realize the games, the tricks, the bread and circuses being played on the people when it comes to sports and entertainment, which are really major distractions, because America, we're very delusional as a people. We're very sheepish, like treated like sheep. When I say herd mentality, I'm not talking about groupthink. Really, my herd mentality is anti-groupthink. Think for yourself so you can help other people out. Think for yourself so you can help other people out. So what I'm saying is people love their distractions. It's like people can't deal with reality. Like I tell people ask me, have you seen the latest Netflix show? or this you need to binge this TV show. I'm saying my life is a movie, man. I have my own soundtrack. I wrote my own movie. I'm the lead actor. I'm the star. I'm the director. I'm the executive producer. I'm the screenwriter. I'm the extras. My life is so interesting. I don't have to watch distractions or bread and circuses. I got enough carbohydrates in my life to keep me all filled up. My life is interesting. You spend 24 hours with me, you'll understand or overstand or understand where I'm coming from. Can you say, man? Can you see, man? But anyway, people lose their mind over John Morant being traded to the Portland Trail Blazers. And my thing about sports is weird because people talk about being loyal to your team. Loyalty is the least important thing in sports. Sports is big business. The sports industrial complex is all about being loyal to that dollar. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. So it's not about loyalty to team. Like, it's weird that people get upset about. John Morant understands the game. The game's the game, right? Whether it be at home or away games, the game's the game. And everything like loyalty has an expiration date. It's like milk. Everything has an expiration date, especially loyalty. And John Morant, let me just say this. I thank you for your service, for being an ambassador for the city. You really represent the grit and grind and shine and flash of the Memphis thing, man. And so much respect to you, brother, for being an ambassador for the city of humble, what it call ourselves, the city of good abode. That's what they called Memphis back in the day. The city of good abode. John Morant is interesting. It's kind of like 2026, very extreme. Like, he went from playing in the biggest black majority city in America. People talk about New York. You have a lot of black people, like over 2 million plus people in New York City. You got Detroit. You got all the other places. You got Jackson, Mississippi. But Memphis, for its size, is chocolate city of America, is America's blackest city. So John Morant gets shipped from America's blackest city to one of America's whitest cities in Portland. He got sent from the dirty, dirty South all the way up to the Pacific dirty Northwest. He got sent to the Pacific Northwest. Man, it's like he went from the hood to I ain't gonna just say the trailer park, but I'm gonna tell you this, which is interesting. I'm gonna tell y'all some history, because like what I like to do, I like to entertain. So, brother Rashawn, you said John needed a change of scenery. Nah, he needed to change his mentality. It wasn't even about a change of scenery, because I'll tell you this, I'm in Memphis, right? This is what Memphis did about 20-something years ago, almost 30 years ago. We had Mayor Harrington, our first black elected mayor. We had a mayor before that was selected, but this guy was elected 5 terms, I believe, 4 or 5 terms. Harrington, the best mayor of my lifetime, give or take. I mean, he was very significant and impactful. But what they did back in the day, they called themselves giving people another chance, a second life, a second act. So they took the projects. We had the projects for decades, right? They knocked down the projects. They moved the people from the projects out east to the suburbs, like the Hickory Hill, like out east, good neighborhoods, clean living, right? So you flip it, the places that used to be called the ghetto, you got, luxury apartments, condominiums, good living, right? Gentrification. The place to become the suburbs, you call the suburbs, become the hood mentality. Because it's not about your physical reality, it's really about your spiritual and your mentality. It's your spirituality and your mentality. If you don't flip a person's mind or spirit, whatever they think, I think, therefore I am. Whatever you think of yourself, whatever you think of your environment, you manifest it. You manifest it and you test it. So what I'm saying is, your environment is really a product of your mindset, of your imagination. You said that's true too. He will change up there. Oh, you got no choice, man. No white folks ain't playing with Negroes up in Portland. They got no choice, because guess what? Portland, before Oregon, where Portland is located, before it became a state, they became a state, a part of the Union back in 1859, 2 years before the American Civil War. And we're approaching the 250th right now for the American Revolutionary War. So the country on July 4th will be 250 years young. The constitutional republic, the corporation known as America. But what they said back to Oregon, when Oregon became a state back in 1859, it had in its constitution that Black American natives, Black people, colored people could not work, live, or own property in Oregon. That's what's in their constitution. It may still be in their constitution. I don't know. But I'm just letting you know the mentality of the Pacific Northwest. That's the white people's promised land. I went up to Oregon back in 2017, the summer of 2017, to trace the last steps and the last day of Jimmy Lunsford. Jimmy Lunsford knows he's one of my heroes. I love Jimmy Lunsford. I love representing his legacy. Jimmy Lunsford died in Seaside, Oregon, which is a coastal town in Oregon, on July 12th, 1947, under questionable circumstances. This another Memphis connected famous brother, right? Allegedly, he was food poisoned by a racist restaurant owner. Like, he didn't want to serve Jimmy Lunsford and the men, his orchestra. This is how the legend go. I don't know what's true or not, but I know I found the location of the actual restaurant. I went to the location where Jimmy Lunsford breathed his last breaths and stuff like that. I traced his path. So allegedly they were food poisoned. They wanted hamburgers, but the owner or the person who ran the restaurant said they only had beef sandwiches, like, you know, like Arby's sandwiches. Arby's wasn't invented like the 1960s, maybe 1964 or something like that. But they had some type of roast beef sandwiches they gave the men, and the people ate them. Jimmy Lunsford was signing autographs at this music shop next door, basically to the venue he was going to play that night with his orchestra, which was known as the Bungalow, which is now a mall. Like, the structure still, all these structures still exist. I went down, it was crazy. All the structures still exist, and everything is near each other. It's downtown Seaside, Oregon, right? So Jimmy Lunsford was signing autographs in the record shop. I think he was about to sign the wall in the record shop or something like that. He dropped dead, or he passed out. They rushed him to the hospital. He died. They said it was a heart attack. But when you die, everybody, think about it. A heart attack happens to everybody. Because basically, a heart attack is when your heart stops working, right? So when you die, everybody really dying of a heart attack because your heart stopped beating. That's a heart attack, right? So, so what happened is interesting with Jimmy Lunsford is that he had $1,500 on his person for payroll. This is $1,500 back in 1947, so that's a lot of money. So that disappeared off his person. But he was just 47 years young. Now, wait a minute. He was 45 years young. Damn, I'm 1 year older than Jimmy Lunsford right now. He was 45 years young. So those rumors going around because a lot of his men allegedly got sick on the bandstand. They found out that Jimmy Lunsford passed on. Some of them started getting sick, going to the restroom, whatever. I read in the book by Edie Diedemeyer about Jimmy Lunsford. And I talked to a woman who's a town historian up there. Excuse me. She was actually there that night, the night that Jimmy Lunsford died in her town, and she had a unique perspective on things. And I'm working on a documentary about Jimmy Lunsford that will come out next year. I'm gonna make it gonna happen, Captain, because next year will be the 125th anniversary of his birth and also the 80th anniversary of his mysterious death. And actually, the local newspaper up there, they covered me when I went up there to trace his last moments on Earth. Seaside is also the place where Lewis and Clark actually saw the Pacific Ocean for the first time. Like, they say another place, but this technically was the actual place they saw the actual Pacific Ocean. Seaside, Oregon, there's a monument in honor of Lewis and Clark. They also had a brother with them as well. You know, Black people, we can't erase us. We everywhere. We are American history. So, man, it's so beautiful out in Oregon, man. I'm going to tell y'all something. I see why white folks want it for themselves. It is gorgeous in Oregon. Portland is a beautiful city. I think it's one of America's most beautiful cities. Least polluted, very clean city when I went up there. Mountainous, hilly. Just driving to the seaside is an incredible drive through the woods. I mean, just a very scenic, beautiful place. Gorgeous. Oregon is gorgeous. Pacific Northwest is gorgeous, man. I ain't gonna lie. I see why, like I said, I see why white folks want it for themselves. It was kind of weird being in Portland not weird, but it's weird. Ain't a lot of us up there. Ain't a lot of black folks up there. Because I talk about Jimmy Lunsford. I talked about the constitutional thing with Oregon. Black folks, from my understanding, didn't really start coming to Oregon until World War II to work in the wartime industry. That's when they start getting that influx of black people. So, I heard things that maybe the restaurant in question wasn't the one in Seaside. Maybe it was the one in Portland that was in. That the white people refused to serve the black people at the restaurant, including Jimmy Lunsford's band. And the police came in. The police said, you got to serve these guys. If you don't serve them, you got to close down. So I think they closed down. That's another story. See, my thing about these stories, I don't know. I went up to the place. They say he died. Newspaper articles say he died at that place. He died at the hospital. I remember talking to a Jimmy Lunsford super fan. He said that Jimmy Lunsford was actually killed in the Cotton Club because the gangsters wanted rights to his songs, because his songs were real popular in cartoons back in the day. If I had read them in my nursery rhymes, if I had read them in my nursery rhymes, and Jimmy Lunsford actually did take on the music industry. He sued Decca Records for royalties, for back royalties. Jimmy Lunsford, very successful, commercially successful orchestra, their recordings, most popular jazz band leader of his day, as far as for black people. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't write our history. Jimmy Lunsford was bigger than Duke Ellington and Count Basie. Now, when you say that today in 2026, people find it hard to believe because he's not promoted like a Duke Ellington or Count Basie. Plus, Duke Ellington and Count Basie lived to be almost 80 years old, respectively. Jimmy died at 45. And Jimmy's presentation, his band was made for primetime TV. They was the best band in all the land as far as presentation. Glenn Miller said he was the best. Glenn Miller said he had the best in terms of presentation. He said, Duke is great, Count is remarkable. Or maybe he said, Duke is remarkable, Count is great. But he said Lunsford tossed them both in presentation because nobody was doing what Jimmy Lunsford was doing with his band back in the 30s and 40s. It was a real, it was like the Showtime Lakers of the 80s. They put on a show. You can see a show for less than $2, maybe under $1 sometimes. Be thousands of people dancing, jitterbugging, and whatever they doing back in the day. Savoy, Roseland, whatever. Cotton Club. He was the band. He was the music hero of Miles Davis and Quincy Jones and Horace Silver because they were broadcast live on the Cotton Club through CBS. They were broadcast live on the radio. So people say, he got killed in the Cotton Club by gangsters for the rights to his music. I know people that knew him that worked, like the great Gerald Wilson, a great jazz great, who went to work with Jimmy Lunsford when he was like 18 years old, went to World War II, had his own band, became a phenomenal legend. He thought he heard that Jimmy Lunsford perished in a plane crash. Jimmy Lunsford actually owned and flew his own airplanes. Jimmy Lunsford was a unique black man. James Brown was the first black person or black celebrity to own a jet or private jet, but Jimmy Lunsford actually owned his own airplane. This man learned how to fly back in 1939, got his first airplane in 1940 for almost close, a little bit over $500,000 in today's money. But this is a black man during the Great Depression that had money to buy Harley Davidsons and to buy airplanes. He would fly himself into his gigs sometimes in his airplanes. Why we don't talk about this guy? This guy is amazing, man. It's like, if you reading this, I'm telling you this, you won't believe that black man had that type of power and moving, man. But like he's told them white people up in Oregon, man, this ain't the South. He was born in Mississippi. He went to school in the South. He taught in the South. He was raised in Denver. Wilberforce Whiteman was his music teacher. This is the father of Paul Whiteman, who also trained Andy Kirk. Andy Kirk, Jimmy Lunsford, two of the most important swing band leaders of the 30s and 40s. And Paul Whiteman was very commercially successful. He was coined by the white people as the king of jazz. This is a guy who commissioned George Gershwin to do Rhapsody in Blue. They premiered it. Bix Beiderbecke played in Paul Whiteman's band. Bix Beiderbecke was like the Eminem of jazz. It was like the Eminem of jazz, Bix Beiderbecke. But anyway, I'm getting off the subject. I'm getting away. I'm talking about black people in Oregon, right? So John Morant got to contend with that history, right? So there's a special Memphis, Oregon connection that I just laid out for you people with Jimmy Lunsford. But John is interesting because to me, his playing style does not lend itself to longevity. It's exciting. Now, Ja is 26, but when you're an athlete, 26 is old. I know it sounds crazy to say. Think about that. Y'all think LeBron James is old and he's just in his early 40s, right? But he's old to y'all. But you just now figuring out how to make things happen in your 40s. You think about some of the most successful people in business. A lot of them don't become successful until they get into their 40s. Hell, Colonel Sanders started Kentucky Fried Chicken in his 60s. But before that, he had different ventures and stuff like that. Ray Kroc from McDonald's, 50s, 60s, whatever. The McDonald brothers created McDonald's, but Ray Kroc made it an international iconic brand that it is today. He was about in his late 50s, whatever, 60s, when he got involved with McDonald's. So I think it's funny that people want to define success. You're going to be really successful when you're young. When you're young, you don't really know what you're doing. You're more susceptible to people misleading you. You may not really be secure in understanding your own self, trusting your own instincts when you're young. It's always exceptions, but what I'm saying is people put too much into youth. Youth is all about experimentation. It's all about trial and error. It's all about taking risk. The problem is that people are so not into taking risk. But getting back to John Morant, very exciting player to watch, but it's kind of like you think about Derrick Rose. Now, Memphis been blessed. We got a colorful basketball history in Memphis, the collegiate, high school, and professional levels, right? You think about when Memphis took on UCLA, Larry Finch, arguably, quite possibly Larry Finch was the greatest basketball player that ever came out of Memphis. I know people talk about Penny Hardaway, but Larry Finch was a phenom. I mean, he was brilliant. He was, Memphis had the Memphis program. Memphis State. I call it Memphis State, University of Memphis. You had out that historic, colorful program. You got Larry Finch. You got Elliot Perry too, Lorenzen Wright. You got a couple of injuries. But look at Larry Finch, Penny Hardaway, and Derrick Rose all came out that Memphis basketball program. That's not too bad. And I mean, Memphis, they took on UCLA back in the day, but UCLA, was UCLA. UCLA back in the day was like a semi-pro basket. They were like what Alabama was, or Alabama is the football. That was what UCLA was the basketball back in the day. But Memphis gave a gallant effort and stuff. You had a Keith Lee. I think a brother named Keith Lee came out. Was it Keith Lee? Let me look it up. And y'all talking about some Phil. We're gonna talk about Phil. I'm gonna put Phil back on here. We're gonna have a good talk with Phil about some things. That's why I'm on here now trying to correct the record about some things, right? Basketball. I'm trying to make sure. And if you are interested in being a research assistant with Brother Ron on We All Be, put in your resume, man. Yeah, Keith Lee was phenomenal, man. He came up during the days on when Patrick Ewing and Hakeem Olajuwon that was in college. Yeah, Keith Lee from West Memphis. Memphis had some very colorful basketball players, even the grit, grind, the best. Mike Conley, shout out to Mike Conley. He's retiring, or he retired after 18 seasons, I think, in the league. I think he's retiring. But Grizzly had some amazing basketball teams back in the day. Man, they were exciting to watch. Paul Gasol. You had Zach Randolph, Zebo, Tony Allen. So many great players. So Shane Battier, even a lot of great players came through Memphis Grizzlies, and they had a lot of exciting years. But I think they ran their course with the Ja Morant experience, right? They got rid of Jared Jackson Jr. and Bane and all that, so they were breaking it up anyway, And then also Ja couldn't really stay healthy. Combine his genetics, man. Ain't all on you all the time. LeBron James is a freak of nature. LeBron James, like Barry Bonds was the baseball. They take care of their bodies and stuff. Even though they shortchange Barry Bonds. It just really bothers me. It don't bother me no more, but it bothers me that Major League Baseball robbed Barry Bonds at least 2-3 more years of playing time. That's even according to Willie Mays, his godfather and baseball god. Willie Mays said Barry had at least 2 to 3 years left in the tank. So baseball, and that's why that home run racket ain't gonna be broken anytime soon. It's the curse of the Barry Bonds, not the Bambino, but the Bombino, the Bondbino. But anyway, getting back to Ja Morant, has he ever played a full season, like 82 games regular season? He stayed hurt and stuff like that. And then he stayed with the front office. And also, John Morant got a bad rap through the media. Like Stephen A. Smith is an assassin for Disney and ABC for the white power complex. Actually, I enjoy Stephen A. Smith ever so often. I don't watch him like that. But ever so often, he's entertaining. I already know he's very intelligent. Whatever you say about Stephen A. Smith, that forehead carries a lot of brain behind it. There's a lot of brain behind that forehead of his. And he know how to move, man. You got to give him, man, his props. But he was going hard at John Morant like he was Bishop from Juice. John Morant, college educated, 2-parent household. He came from a 2-parent household. College educated guy. Didn't have no rap sheet longer than Wemby's arm. He had none of that. So like that Tupac song, Shorty wanna be a thug, say he wanna be, say he gonna be. Shorty wanna be a thug was a nice middle class. But I don't think Ja is a young guy. You 20-something years old. You're a multi-millionaire. You an A-list celebrity. You an all-star. You know, you at the top of your game, at the top of your craft. Anybody that said they won't be tempted by temptation, they lying. I can't honestly say, I'm not used to having money, means, resources, but tell you what, I'm a human being. If a person came with me butt naked 10, I'm talking about a woman that was a butt naked 10, came to me with a bag with over $1 million in it, and she was butt naked, and she was like a 10, a dime, and came with me with $1 million in a bag, in a duffel bag, and a bucket of some good chicken, fried chicken. You think I ain't gonna, man, temptation, baby. Come on, man. I'm a human. But at the same time, you got to have a moral code. But Ja Morant, I think he learned from his experiences with how he was treated in the media with the narrative, how to keep his inner circle tighter. I believe now that his uncle and his family affair, they handle most of his business, so he keep his inner circle tight, because a lot of things got leaked out to the media and social media was because of his inner circle. People he thought were friends wasn't friends. They were agents of chaos, disguised as friendly faces, smiling faces, smiling faces, smiling faces. You know how I know how they go. The only people that can betray you are those you love. The only people who can betray you are those you love or who you love. Those are the only people that can really betray you. So I think with Ja, and then like I remember some years ago when Kobe was going for that last championship run, and Mark Jackson, I think it was Mark Jackson, he was doing commentating. I don't know, I think it was Jeff Van Gundy or somebody, but they said something to the effect about how the media narrative is that Kobe wasn't a good teammate. He was selfish. He was not a good teammate. And I think it was Mark Jackson that made a reference like once, or maybe Van Gundy, but they were talking about it. They said once the media put a narrative on you, regardless of what you do after that narrative, whether it be some good things or if it was true at all, it becomes your story. No matter what you do, that's your story. Like Kobe was a great teammate if you think about it, because if he wasn't a great teammate, he wouldn't have won 5 championships. Because basketball is a team sport, regardless if he shot more than anybody else. Now, there were times where he admitted that he couldn't trust his teammates, but Kobe was a dog, and Kobe was determined, and Kobe had will. Like that Malcolm mentality, by any means necessary. He got that win by any means necessary. So to me, to say that he was a horrible teammate and yet he got 5 championships that takes teamwork doesn't make sense. To say that he's a horrible teammate, but he brought into the triangle offense where it's about distributing the ball so we can end up getting the goal of getting the ball in the hoop, that's not a great narrative. That's not a truthful, honest narrative. But it's not about the truth a lot of times. It's about what people are willing to believe. And sometimes what you believe becomes your religion. It's not what you know, it's what you believe. What you believe is more powerful than what you know. Because believe It's not based in logic a lot of times. It don't have to be based on empirical anything. No type of empirical evidence, no type of sense of logic. What you know got to be based on something. There's something to hold it accountable, checks and balances. But beliefs are something else. That's why I do not debate people about their religious beliefs. If they believe that what happened, that the virgin birth and all that, and ghost dad and whatever you want to call it, that's your business, man. If it makes you a better person, if it makes you a better version of yourself, that's your business. But with y'all got a bum rap. Because people talking about, well, he got a little pop gun, a starter gun, like the gun from Harlem Nights when they were shooting. Quick, you killed my brother, quick. Dude had the pop gun, pop, pop, pop. Get that little gun. But anyway, but what I'm saying, he was being goofy, man. John Morant was being goofy. He was just having fun in Denver. But Denver, white people land. Kobe got in trouble in Colorado. Trying to ski down on white slopes. Got him in trouble. And treble, not no good treble either. Bad treble. Bad treble, not good treble. Bad treble. Okay? So, y'all gonna have to be on his P's and Q's in Portland. It ain't Memphis, man. Because Memphis let you slide with some things, man. Memphis got, black mayor, black police chief, black police, blackity black county commission, blackity black city council, blackity black, black, blah, blah, blah. But we're not in the black. Understand? Got all blackity black, 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 but not in the black. That's why you got the feds, like Tupac said, the feds is watching. The feds is watching. The feds is watching, man. So with that said, John Morant is not a bad person to me. I never met him because I don't never hear about him getting in trouble. But Stephen A. Smith, the way he like John Morant was just crashing out, like he was Bishop in Juice. That he was just crashing out. That he was just causing. He caused no trouble in Memphis. People in Memphis love Ja. And there's another thing about the NBA players. Somebody made a good point. I think it was like the Memphis rapper Don Tripp. I think that's his name, Don Tripp. He talked about the real reason why NBA players don't like being in Memphis, because Memphis ain't Atlanta, it's not Miami, it's not L.A., but they are about that death style. They want to be around that culture. Strippers, escorts, stuff like that. Memphis ain't that. It used to be that. The person who saved Memphis, it's hot out here for entrepreneur. It's hot out here. Robert Church, who saved Memphis, the first black millionaire of the South, he made his money off of the Kit Kat. See, they don't want to talk about what Robert Church. Robert Church made his money off of Kit Kat. He saved Memphis off the Kit Kat. The man who resurrected Memphis was about the pimping. Memphis has produced its fair share of pimps, preachers, and lawyers. Sometimes you get 3 for 1. Pimps, preachers, and lawyers. Memphis produced, because it's all about that mouthpiece. Memphis is about communication, distribution, communication. It's not the city of the dead, it's the city of the connects. It's the distribution hub of the country. A lot of slick talking folks come out of Memphis. Think about Judge Joe Brown. I'm Judge Joe Brown. I'm buying my barbecue sauce. Guilty as charged for tasting good. All right, judge in the house. But my thing is this. John Morant was not a problem. He was a credit to the city. He was a South Carolina boy. He wasn't from Memphis like that, but he represented Memphis. Like A.L.L was from Philly, but he represented Philly. AI, not artificial intelligence, but the real answer, Allen Iverson. And speaking of AI, the narrative that people playing on him, it reminds me like of Carmelo Anthony. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I'm going to freestyle a little bit. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. If y'all like what I'm saying, support. Oh, yeah, y'all can hear me right now, right? Y'all can hear me. Y'all let me know. But my thing is, Allen Iverson was one of the top basketball stars in the country. He was one of the top football and basketball players when he was high school. Then got into that brawl at the bowling alley, right? That race war at the bowling alley. And then all the schools turned their backs on AI. All the schools, all the blue chip programs, whatever, they turned their backs. They thought AI was a lost cause. But it took a black man, John Thompson of Georgetown, to give AI that second chance. And AI just, he was about his business, man. I used to love watching Georgetown take on Memphis State back in the 90s when AI was there. It was always a treat to watch AI go at my guys. Always a treat. And AI had a big target on his back before he even laced up his shoes for the NBA. He already had that narrative that I talked about where they try to put on Kobe Bryant. Like what Mark Jackson talked about. They had a couple of narratives they put on Kobe, right? The Colorado thing, not so being a bad teammate. Even though he won 5 championships, even though the year that he was going to court with the Colorado thing, he helped take his team all the way to the finals and got a 5-game sweep. But Kobe helped take the team all the way to the NBA finals, even when he was going through all their court problems. It's like Dave Chappelle joked about it. If Kobe had a bad game, he must be guilty. He didn't get 30 points. He must be guilty. Hang that Negro. Hang him. Hang him high. Cut him low and hang him high. Hee-hoo. He must be guilty. So Kobe was playing like his life depended on it, because guess what? His life did depend on it in 2003, 2004. So Kobe was phenomenal, but AI, Dave Stern never liked AI. AI was a problem. He came with his cornrows, baggy clothes, the tattoos. He basically created the culture. He was the culture. He was hip-hop. They want to put out no hip-hop album, no rap album. Shaq can do it. They're okay with Shaq. Shaq can do it. And Shaq is interesting to me because Shaq can rap, man. But how did he go from being his voice changed a lot over the time? Shaq, Shaq's killing him. But Shaq didn't have his voice like that back in the early. Now I know people go to change it, but it's interesting how Shaq, I don't know, Shaq is unique. But anyway, even Kobe did some stuff he did stuff with Brian McKnight. Kobe did some rap. But when AI do it, it's like, oh my God. He's banned. You got to treat him like 2 Live Crew back in the 80s and the early 90s. He got to be banned in the USA. And so they made the dress code based on AI. Dress code was about AI. So they were racially profiling AI. And AI was interesting because, he gets a bad rap. It's like, when he talked about the practice thing. And people took that out of context, but I believe he lost a person that, one of his loved ones died recently or something like that. It came out later that one of his loved ones died and he learned about it. He was dealing with that. So basically saying practice, and really he had a point. I mean, what he does, when you do what you love, it's not really practice. He does it. AI put his all into what he did with the basketball. He left everything on the court, man. He was a hard grinding dude. It's like, his playing style didn't lend itself to longevity, but he somehow maintained. AI was a small dude. Now I list him at 6'1" or whatever. He maybe been 5'10", but he was a small guy going against giants like Shaq every night. The Dikembe Mutombo, Alonzo Mourning. That guy had a lot of heart, man, because he was a football player too. And that's interesting. Like a lot of the small guys be some of the best athletes, football players, whatever. But AI had a lot of heart because even when he won the MVP that year, he basically carried the Phillies all the way to the finals against the L.A. Lakers, and they won the first game. AI didn't have no Kobe or Shaq on his team. He didn't really have no Scottie Pippen on his team. That was hard. And L.A. was on a historic run that playoffs. They was on a historic run. And AI showed up and showed out on game 1. It's like when AI crisscrossed up Michael Jordan. Man, ain't nothing. AI pound for pound might be the greatest basketball player of all time. Pound for pound, heart for heart. I mean, AI was phenomenal. And he had a little short stint with the Grizzlies, not that long, towards the end. But it's fascinating to think about all this stuff, man. Like getting back, I think, to Ja Morant. Like I said, I wish him well and stuff like that. Hopefully this be a new reset for him up there. But Memphis not really a problem. Memphis is a great place to be from. It's a great place to invest in. I hope y'all notice something. When the powers that think they be want to control a place or someone, they put out a bad narrative about that place or someone. Once they do that, the value tanks, right? The perceived value of that place or person tanks. And then once they get what they want, they can move it around the chessboard, whatever. And then the value increase. Guess what? Ja Morant going to have a career renaissance. Whatever he end up landing, it may not be Portland, it may be Miami, maybe somewhere else. Who knows? But I bet Ja Morant's stock is going to rise wherever he's at. It's kind of like getting back to Kobe. Like LeBron said, why don't you move the team to Nashville? It don't really bother me about what LeBron James got to say about Memphis. It really does. It didn't bother me. We got our own internal problems in Memphis that need to be taken care of. We got our own internal problems. They really own us. We all we got. But when Kobe was telling the Lakers it's either me or Shaq, Kobe wanted to come to Memphis. Kobe was looking to come to Memphis. This is back in 2004. But Jerry West, Mr. Logo, Mr. Laker himself, who was the general manager for the Grizzlies, he met with Kobe in a hotel in California. Hotel California. He met with Kobe. He told Kobe, look, you cannot come to Memphis. Once a Laker, always a Laker. So Jerry West was a provocateur. He was a saboteur. Because Memphis Grizzlies organization, there's a lot of great players came to the Memphis Grizzlies organization. I just talked about a couple of them. But they treated the Grizzlies like it was a AAA farm team. Like you look at Major League Baseball, I'm talking about AAA, you got AA, AAA, whatever. You got these farm systems in place to feed Major League Baseball. The Memphis Grizzlies was never looked at as a real contender. It was always looked at a place where you incubate. The NBA got the G League now. It's called the G League, where you development league, whatever. They treat the Memphis Grizzlies like that. It is like a major, professional organization that make these great, deep playoff runs. Great teams, the grit and grind, whatever teams, colorful players, personalities. And yet, they'll take these pieces out the Grizzlies and put them somewhere else. Because imagine if Kobe was able to play with Paul Gasol or the Gasol brothers in Memphis. If they was able to keep Paul Gasol in Memphis with Kobe. Because Paul Gasol ended up getting traded to the Lakers. And Kobe was able to win 2 rings with Paul Gasol. But Paul Gasol was with Memphis. Just like his brother Mark Gasol, the Gasol brothers. Mark got sent to Toronto, I believe. Toronto wins the championship. See what I'm saying? So Ja Morant could be sent somewhere else, or Jared Jackson Jr., and it might end up winning the championship somewhere. I don't know. But Memphis got this, we got a self-esteem issue in Memphis, which is crazy. Memphis got a lot of talent, not just athletics, but music, art, all types of talented people come out of Memphis. But Memphis got this self-esteem issue. We don't see ourselves as great. And really, because the reason why, because we don't tell our stories. Like I said, who control your narrative? And I'm talking about Jimmy Lonsford. I'm talking about all this stuff. Look how I talk about Memphis. That's why I love Memphis. Even though Memphis may not love me, I know what Memphis is. When you recognize what something or someone is, you can't unsee it. It's like what Baba Dick Gregory told me. Once the universe chooses you to put magic glasses on, you can never take them off. You can't make nobody else see what you see. All I can share with y'all is what I know. Not just what I believe, but what I know about Memphis and other things. So what I'm saying is, I go to Chicago or LA or New York or Atlanta. I don't care where I go. Tell folks I'm from Memphis. They will always, it never fails. They'll say, well, there's so-and-so. He is doing this. They're from Memphis too. I didn't know that. They never talked about it. So-and-so and so-and-so. Like, I go to New York, go to Harlem. You from Memphis? So-and-so started Harlem Fashion Week. She's from Memphis. I didn't know that. Thing about Memphis is, Memphis get you ready to take on the world. It's Memphis versus everybody. Memphis get you ready to take on things. Memphis teach you how to make adversity your bottom. your bottom B. Zzz. Memphis teach you how to do that. It teaches you how to laugh in the face of adversity. It teaches you how to get up when we fall down and we get up. But when we get up, we be juking, man. Juking, man. When we get up, we come with some flash, some dash. We come with the rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in Memphis can check, play the dozens, whatever y'all call it, where y'all at. Everybody got a mouthpiece if they want it. If you don't be careful, everybody can get some of this mouth. You understand? You know, Jimmy Hart is from Memphis, the mouth of the South. Jerry Lawler from Memphis. Ric Flair is from Memphis. Memphis is a wrestling mecca. Everybody, there was somebody to come through Memphis. Rocky Johnson, The Rock. All these people had to come through Memphis, man. I remember Andy Kaufman. He took on Jerry Lawler. He had to come to the wrestling mecca, Memphis. So y'all keep on talking about Memphis crime and all. I mean, if I believe the stuff that the news, local and national said about Memphis, I'll be afraid to leave my apartment. I'll be afraid to go anywhere. I'll be afraid to walk the street. Because the thing about it is, really, like I said, about the project mentality. If your mindset is a certain way, your mentality is responsible for your reality. Like I said, you take people out the projects, move them to the suburbs become the ghetto. Knock down the projects that become condominiums, luxurious housing, luxury apartments, whatever. But you try to say, well, it was the projects for 40 years. But within the last 4 years, though, it's been luxury apartments and condominiums. And this used to be the suburb, now it's the ghetto. Because if you take a person that used to live in concrete blocks and then put them in a place where they're responsible for upkeep of grass, they don't know how to take care of no yard. They're not used to having a yard. They're not used to having that type of responsibility. But if all you do is just switch them around geographically, but not change their mindset, their mentality, not reprogram, reset, reboot, recalibrate, then you're not doing anything but more like a cosmetic fix, which, you know, cosmetics, you know, you put on makeup ain't gonna last forever. It just cover up the dark spots and the hyperpigmentation for oh so long. So it's not really you can't put a band-aid over a wound that needs stitches and think it's gonna heal properly. That's all. So that's my long about way. So that's the thing about life, man. You just expect the unexpected. So then I don't know. I went around being around the world and yeah. Let's talk it all over the place, man. But you know, it makes sense, I guess. I'm on here talking. Y'all asking about Phil. I'm gonna get to Phil a little bit. Can you feel me though? Can you feel me? Yeah, Carmelo. You said Melo in Denver. Yeah, Melo was fantastic, man. He wasn't a problem, man. Just he won a championship with Syracuse, with the Orange Men. I remember he won the championship in college. And I actually went to the Carmelo exhibit in Baltimore, in his hometown, at the main library. It was a great exhibit, man. It was amazing going through there. I went there with my sister back in November of last year. It was incredible watching, to really take in his accomplishments and stuff like that. And, he's a hometown hero. He got love. I mean, he's from New York, but he's also from Baltimore. It's like a Tupac thing. Tupac was MC New York, but he got roots in Baltimore and also the West Coast and all that stuff, too. So it's all love. Because like Rakim said, it ain't where you're from, it's where you at. It's not where you're from. It ain't where you from. It's where you at. So let me switch gears. Talk about this baby Cohen situation. So if you like the words of Brother Herb, please spread the word, y'all. Y'all know what to do. We all be in it to win it. Y'all know that. But I want to talk about baby Cohen. They just laid baby Cohen to rest. A lot of controversy. I hate the social media thing. It's good and bad, the social media. The good is be able to connect with people, to update people. The bad is like people putting out misinformation, disinformation. So I want to help clear up some things and offer my point of view as well about some things. Well, I hope y'all enjoying the ride that we on this fantastic voyage. Come along and ride on this fantastic voyage. Y'all having a good time out there? I'm having a great time. I'm having a grand time. This is WeOB, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. We're going to play Baby Cohen's mom to start it off.
Marcus Keith.
Valicia Wiley.
Valicia Wiley lost her son to the negligence of law enforcement in Senatobia, Mississippi. Can you please tell what happened?
It was me, my son, and another friend of mine who was at Walmart. As we was leaving out the Walmart, they tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came, and then when we was backing up, they was running out the come. I raised my baby up because they withdrawed their gun. She had no tent. I raised my baby up trying to show them that he was in the car. So she was backing up and she hit a car as I was opening the door, so the door flew back in. By the time I sat my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh. And we left and went to Senatobia hospital, where he was pronounced dead at the scene. And they told me I wasn't gonna be able to see him until he get back from Jackson. She got airlifted, and the police told me I couldn't leave out the hospital until somewhere I couldn't leave out, couldn't nobody come in. But I ended up walking out, and the crowd was questioning them, asking them what happened. They was like, she was shoplifting. But the passenger, it was me. They wasn't talking about me, they was talking about the driver. But on the little, what's it called, self-checkout, they can see, it's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But yeah, they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them, but they was all on the right side, and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car.
Did they try to charge you with anything?
No, they didn't charge me. They ain't charged me with nothing. They just let me go. They didn't say nothing. They just kept telling the crowd that they was shoplifting. But I don't know if they found anything, because it's nothing found.
Okay.
And that was Baby Cohen's mother giving her testimony, or her side of the story, her narrative. There's many sides to the story. Now, she did mention that she raised her son in the air, but she didn't say she was using her son as a shield, but rather to let them know there's a child in the car. Now, this is crazy in terms of even when she did that for social media, people talked about, well, why she's not crying. People are strange. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that she had some emotional trauma when it first happened. She was in shock, I'm sure, that a baby boy got killed and how everything went down. And I'm sure she had her moments, but people assume that everybody deal with grief and trauma in different ways. That's not even a problem to me. My concern is that for right or wrong, people just want to assume the bad about certain types of people. Like, okay, the way she dressed, I guess she should be dressed in her Easter Sunday's best. I don't know. People got a problem with that. She's guilty because look how she's on camera. That ain't my concern. My thing is, what bothers me about the whole thing is that I cannot understand for the life of me, why would anybody in law enforcement think it's okay to shoot at people for stealing something out of a Walmart? Why do people think it's okay for law enforcement to pull out their gun and shoot somebody for allegedly stealing something from Walmart? Walmart. Walmart, they got insurance. Well, are they the largest corporation in the world? Got most employees than anybody. Employees work 40 hours a week. It still got to get benefits from the government. They still got to get food stamps. Still got to figure out they're going to pay their light bill. This is the biggest employer. Let me make sure I got this right. I ain't going to talk to Phil about this. I'm going to address Phil. Is Walmart the biggest employer? Okay, Walmart is the largest private employer in the world and the United States. I'm going to let you read this. The company has a global workforce of approximately 2.1 million people, with around 1.6 million of those employees working domestically across the U.S. So U.S. workforce details, total U.S. employees, 1.6 million. State dominance. Walmart is the largest private employer in 22 U.S. states, including Texas, Florida, and Kansas. Texas leads the country, housing over 176,800 Walmart employees across 590 plus retail units. Okay. Global workforce, 2.1 million employees. Operations operates more than 10,600 stores and clubs across 19 countries. Beyond its workforce, it also stands as the largest company globally by revenue. So let's say that these young ladies did steal some diapers or Similac or something, some Gerber baby food. Do you think that Walmart will be hurting if they actually did steal something? Do anybody think that diapers or whatever is worth the life of a 1-year-old child? How can anybody justify? Why are people concerned about, oh, she raised her baby? I'm concerned about why did that officer Hunter drew his gun out his holster to aim at those people in their car? And where are the cameras? Why are the video footage? We live in 2026. I'm tired of the grainy, low resolution videos when it comes to these type of situations. Why does the Zapruder film from 1963 looks better than what we saw with Carmelo Anthony? Why did the Grassy Knoll video look better than what they got in 2026? Y'all been justifying, or man, when I was a young mother, I used to steal diapers, and man, it's not about that. It's about, why do people think it's okay, even if you think she's a bad mom? Why do people think it's okay for police to go around shooting people over stealing diapers, allegedly? And it's the thing. Like I said with these narratives, once you put a narrative out there, it's hard to get rid of. People keep on saying, well, she stole diapers, she stole this. She just said she didn't steal nothing. Matter of fact, she wasn't charged with anything. She wasn't charged with any stealing. Then they say, well, it's two ladies with a juvenile. It's a 1-year-old child. That's not even a toddler. Why they always making black boys older than what they are? Like Trayvon Martin was a man. He was a teenager. He was no grown man. Emmett Till was 14, a teenager. He was no grown man. Tamir Rice was a preteen. He was 12. He was not a grown man. Why is it okay to make black boys older than what they are to justify their killing? Rick Child hunted down and mowed down a 14-year-old kid, a child who did not steal anything. Latasha Harless was a teenager when she was shot. She didn't steal anything either. So, but yeah, people keep, oh, they stole this and stole. You got folks on here, these weirdos. They call themselves, I don't know what they call themselves. Are they conservatives or whatever these think tanks. They want to tell you what happened to Emmett Till. They wasn't even there. I talked to people that was there with Emmett Till. They all got different stories. They was there. But you got folks that wasn't even born. They wasn't even born before 1990. They tell you this would happen back in August of 1955. Like they was time traveling. White folks will have any type of crazy stuff. You know, me and my mom and our organization, the We All Be Group Incorporated, we deal with the 4 Pillow Massacre commemorations and stuff like that. White folks want to argue us up and down, saying that it was not a massacre because we got a guy that works at Rose College. I said, does he have a time machine? Because according to Abraham Lincoln, according to U.S. colored troops, Union soldiers, white Union soldiers, even white Confederates, it was a massacre. They were there. This is primary sources, but because I'm white and I say so, that's the narrative. It's BS. But every time they want to justify getting over, doing something to black people, in particular black boys, they always make them older than what they are. Yeah, you think Emmett Till was 41 years old. Even the body they put out the Tallahatchie River, that's an older person. They ain't Emmett Till. The only way his mama could identify his body was by his father's ring. And then they'll bring up the father thing. Well, Lewis Till was hung by the government during World War II. Did he get a fair trial? Because the women that were the victims, they could not even identify him as the suspect. And I heard that people knew who the actual folks who did that to those Italian women, and they got away with it, as usual, like George Steeney, the 14-year-old kid in Colombia. Not Colombia, but he was electrocuted in Colombia, June 16th, 1944, at 14 years old. I interviewed his cellmate. I interviewed his little brother. He actually helped with the dang search party for the girls. He's guilty of existing. And now the state of Colombia exonerates him decades later in 2014. He's already dead at 14. Not one appeal filed on his behalf. Now, I talk about Carmelo Anthony, he got this appeals dream team. They did not file one appeal on George Steeney Jr.'s behalf. He was dead within a month of his conviction. Nobody did anything. His family was not even allowed to attend his trial because they was threatened that they will be massacred themselves if they attended the trial. So this is the things that we as Black American natives got to deal with generationally, trauma, all the trauma. Think about the East St. Louis race massacre of 1917. All them black people murdered because white folks were mad because they crossed their union line, whatever. They were scabs because white people was protesting their factory jobs up in East St. Louis. White corporate people, the white factory owners, they recruited black folks from down south. A lot of the black people in East St. Louis are from Mississippi. So they got mad. And so like every race massacre or riot in American history, at the core, at the genesis of the riot or massacre was some form of police misconduct. Every single one. I don't care what, even move of 1985, where the city of Philadelphia, you dropped some bombs on me, baby, where they killed John Africa and his people in a American neighborhood. The first time they did that, that was Tulsa, Greenwood, Black Wall Street. State-sponsored sanctioned terrorism. Now, getting back to baby Carmelo, Walmart, biggest private employer. The Waltons are the Vanderbilts on steroids. They own Arkansas Inc. Arkansas is the most gangster state in the union. Y'all have no idea how gangster Arkansas really is. Arkansas always been gangster. Headquarters of Walmart, Tyson Foods, Mena, Arkansas, distributing drugs throughout the whole America. Y'all talking about some freeway Rick Ross. They had a whole airport in Mena. CIA, Barry Seal. Come on, man. American made. Shit. A Rockefeller was a governor of Arkansas. Hot Springs were ran by gangster Oni Madden, who used to own and run the Cotton Club, the Irish gangster from New York, nicknamed the Killer. Hot Springs was Vegas before Vegas. All the gangsters used to come to Hot Springs. Al Capone, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy, Frank Costello. They caught Lucky Luciano on the run in Hot Springs. Brought him back to New York for white slavery charges. A black woman helped put the most powerful mob boss in prison. Eunice Carter. I think that's her name. But anyway, getting back to baby Carmelo situation. Not baby Carmelo. Damn, I'm saying baby Cohen. Did I call him Carmelo all this time? I mean baby Cohen. I'm sorry. Cause y'all wreck a brother over the coals. I'm doing live. I'm not depending on Phil. Phil to let me down. Y'all don't like the AI anyway, but y'all talk to AI every day. Yeah, Eunice Carter. God bless the dead. So you got the biggest corporate beast on the planet, one of the biggest corporate entities on the planet that doesn't pay their workers living wages. If they paid them living wages, they wouldn't need no subsidizing from the government. Even though what's irony is a lot of these wealthy families and corporations, they get all types of government subsidies. Elon Musk could not make his trillion without getting billions from the government. Y'all be like, y'all worship at the altar of capitalism, and it's killing us slowly. Sometimes it kills fast, sometimes it kills slow, but it kills. In order to make a profit, they got to kill you. You're nobody to somebody kill you. With that said, you said in Freeway, Ricky Ross normally distributed that poison to the streets. Freeway Ricky Ross was a functional illiterate black man. I met Freeway Ricky Ross. I interviewed him a couple times. I got one of the interviews out. I'm gonna put up the other interview when I first met him at a CBD shop here in Memphis back in 2022. Freeway Ricky Ross was a pawn. Have you read The Dark Alliance by Gary Webb? It's on the net. Read Gary Webb's Dark Alliance, which exposes the CIA hand in drug trafficking and arms dealing. Iran-Contra affair. Freeway Ricky Ross was like, he was a pawn, man. That's why he's out of prison now. But he was functional literate. I don't think, you told me a functional literate black man put together that type of sophisticated distribution without no help from anybody. I wouldn't believe it. I mean, not to say he couldn't do it, but I'm just saying, like, to put all the blame on him when the government really poisoned his own people. Like, this is the same government that gave kids, like, radiation in their oatmeal or cereal back in the day. The same government that allowed Tuskegee experiments. I'm not going to lay the blame all on Freeway Ricky Ross. Our government killed our future. I mean, yeah, he could have declined, but they always going to find somebody to do what you won't do. You know how that works. It's capitalism. Until we decline capitalism, it's always going to be like that. Yeah, man, everybody want money. Yeah, Ross was given access, but and we all. My thing is, like, this is the thing I want y'all to understand about this stuff, right? This is what I want y'all to understand. It's hard for me to call anybody a sellout. Not as really hard, but what I'm saying is, if we all are paying taxes, if we all submit to the same wicked system that imprison, that wrongfully imprison innocent people, that wrongfully put innocent people to death, that wrongfully invade countries for their resources, then how can I call another man that he's a, that'd be hypocritical of me. It's like what Dick Gregory used to say: if my tax dollars are being used to drop bombs on other people's land and country, I can't really complain about when it's my turn, baby. When it's my turn to get the bombs and stuff dropped on me. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You can't complain because what goes around comes around. It's the chicken coming home to roost. It's like with the fentanyl thing. It's like the government had a war on black people. They call it a war on drugs. But then when white folks start dying from fentanyl and all this crap, it's a crisis. It's a medical issue. It's not a criminal issue. It's a medical issue. When white folks get affected, it's always some mental, medical reason. When black folks get impacted, them Negroes had free will. They had a choice. It's all on them. It's all their fault. But white folks say, it ain't my fault. And y'all go along with it. Yeah, you two gonna keep on playing ass when I say sensitive things. I'm surprised they allow me back on the platform. That's another story. When you tell them the truth, they're gonna try to interrupt the message. That's why Gil Scott Harris said the revolution won't be televised, but will be live streamed. Best believe that with some ads on it, Jack. But Baby Carmelo did not deserve to die. He's a victim of capitalism. And Baba Dick Gregory used to tell me, a lot of times people don't remember you by how you live. They remember you by how you died. Like B.I.G. You nobody to somebody kills you. Emmett Till, George Floyd. No matter how George Floyd lived, it's how he died that made the greatest impact on the world. So with baby Cohen, he only got to live to be 1 years old, but his life had meaning. Even if you look at, I think the Walmart in Senatobia is open, but for like a several days, the community shut down Walmart down in Senatobia. I've been to that Walmart one time when I used to do work for the Salvation Army. I used to play my trumpet, collect money, whatever. And from my understanding, it cost that one Walmart $300,000 a day. They lost $300,000 a day by being shut down for those several days. I think they're open now because this is 4th of July weekend and all this holiday week, So I'm assuming they're gonna have their armed guards and that. But that's the power of Black power. Black power is unity and solidarity. When Black folks move in unison, we shift paradigms, we change minds, we get legislation passed. That's the power of Black power. Black power is not about Black supremacy. It's not about being we better than y'all. It's about we are the genesis. We are the originators of this humanity. We are the fathers and mothers of reality of humanity. When we decide to move the way we move on anything, it has cause and effects and consequences, right? So they was able to shut down that Walmart for baby Cohen. Cost that Walmart, from my understanding, according to people that's in the know, $300,000 a day over baby Cohen. $300,000 a day. That's one Walmart. Imagine if we did that for a lot of Walmarts. It's like with Target. See, the thing about it is, with boycotts, we don't study. We got to be more students of history. We don't have to broadcast and live stream and podcast everything. Study Montgomery bus boycott. That boycott was successful for 381 straight days. We had Black people on code on the same page for 381 days. You had Black folks that was not on codes get put back on code by Black folks because we got power when we stand together in unity and solidarity and on purpose. So 381 straight days changed the world in Montgomery. One thing changes everything. When I tell people you want to make a change, you want to make a big change, just change one thing and be consistent about keeping that change. That one thing impacts everything. So by them doing that one thing, it impacted everything. And then the work got diluted over time because Dr. King realized towards the end, I think we integrated into a burning house. We integrated into a burning house. We lost our way. We had our way early on. If you look at it from a spiritual point of view, you can say, well, the Trinity is the Black man, woman, and child. Because when the Black man, woman, and child are on the same page, you can save yourself. John Brown realized, I can't fight for the slave. I could die for the slave. But you went to Harper's Ferry to help Black folks have a better choice if they want to be slaves or not. Kanye knew, and y'all feelings about that, about slaves, by slavery is a choice. Slavery always been a choice. Always been a choice. You always had slavery. Ever since the beginning, you had slavery, right? Every culture practiced a form of slavery. The 13th Amendment did not abolish slavery. It made exceptions. So we got prisons, private or whatever. We got prisons because the 13th Amendment did not abolish slavery. You use slavery as punishment. But whether the sin is in your skin, though, what did I do to be so black and blue? You know what I'm saying? What if the sin is because how you look? It's nothing what you did, but how you appear. So that's an interest. That's American skin to me. But Nah, people want to justify, Carmelo, whatever his mom did. I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I'm sure she was afraid. She was frightened. I mean, and sometimes when you are in those type of situations, you don't know what you capable of doing. But I don't think it was malice. I don't think she woke up the day, look, I'm going to go get my son killed. I'm going to go to Walmart of all places to get my son killed. I don't think she was thinking that. I don't think Carmela was thinking, I'm going to wake up this morning and choose violence. And we won't get into the Carmelo thing. My thing is I'm not emotional. I got passion, but I'm not really emotional about it because if you study history, you know how stuff works. You look at patterns. History will help you understand patterns. You know what I'm saying? Like studying nature, everything runs in patterns. So when you start studying stuff, it's like, you be a little bit more objective. You're still going to have your feelings about stuff, but it'll keep your feelings in check about what you're looking at, and you can better understand the reality and the gravity of a situation. But yeah, I also want to play his sister right here, Jeribu Hill. She's a people's attorney. I call her the attorney at war, like an automatics. She out there in Mississippi doing the people's work. I was at the town hall this past Friday, and she had an amazing speech she did, and I want to share it right now on We All Be Live, right? We're going to share that, and I'll be right back, but I want you to soak in what she's saying. Now, Sister Jeribu Hill, I mean, she's interesting. She's a freedom fighter, freedom singer, motivator, spiritual, impactful, beautiful human being. She told me she was the aunt of Kid Cudi. She's already a legend in her own right, but she's the auntie of Kid Cudi, from my understanding. She told me that what she said, I go with what she said. They got a connection. So anyway, so We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. We're going to play that because homie don't play that. Homie don't play that. But thank y'all for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. So We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. I'm going to try to find that for y'all. Y'all been so kind to me. Thank y'all, man. I really love y'all for hanging out with your brother Ron. And I know it's the midday flow and show. Y'all used to be going live at night with the freaks come out all day. The freaks come out all day. The freaks come out. The freaks come out.
You are watching We All Be News Radio, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. I'm Thaddeus Matthews.
We got to stay up here. Get an opportunity to review this, to talk about her work. I always like to learn from my elders, so they've seen a lot more than I was getting in good trouble too. That's why my voice goes. But I was just wanting to expound on your work. Anything you have to share with the city of San Antonio.
I see you led with the elder thing. Ain't nobody up here able to keep up with this elder. Okay? Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. So I wanna first say to the family, much love and respect for putting up with us, coming in to tell you how you're going to manage through this grief and through this struggle. Much respect and love to Marquell for pulling us all together, bringing us into this space. And I can't even look at you without seeing your father. So I cannot. You look so much like him, I didn't expect that. When I knew you were coming, I didn't expect you to look so much like your father who was murdered while sleeping in his bed. And we owe you a debt because of that. And we owe this family more than just some ceremonial time with them. We owe this family some promises. We need to make these promises that the power and systems don't go as usual. That people don't come sliding in to think that they're going to meet with Walmart separately behind closed doors and settle with the worst employer in the world, not in the state of Mississippi, but the worst employer in the world. We should be emptying parking lots across the country because of them calling the cops to kill a baby. And for those that see, I actually came to do some street fighting, but I'm glad I didn't have to do it, Chairman. I'm glad I didn't have to come in here kicking behind about somebody saying that it was the mother who caused the death of her child. It was the mother who used her child as a shield. What is wrong with us? Have we lost our minds? Do we not know what the truth is from now? And this brother mentioned Emmett, and that went over your heads. Because this thing went way back to 1955 when they called a 14-year-old boy a grown man. And Carolyn Bryant said, this man grabbed me and touched me, a 14-year-old boy. Tamir Rice was called a 21-year-old man when he was 12. But how you gonna call a 1-year-old baby a grown man? A 1-year-old baby that's not even a toddler. A grown man. And how can you sit with yourself and listen to the foolishness? Someone called me, a client of mine who is under the gun herself, said to me when my cousin works there, he said that the baby, yeah, the cops were wrong. He's a cop. He said, yeah, they were wrong, but the mother used the baby. I said, that is not true. And shut it down wherever you hear it. Don't entertain it. Don't entertain it. Don't entertain it. Don't entertain it. And the deals that we get cut behind our backs, we need to stop it. Who told them to say the Target boycott was over? We didn't say it. And we still haven't been going to Target. And Target is hurting. And Walmart, make no mistake about it, for those 6 days that they were closed, they might be trillions of dollars up. But they were hurting every time their bottom line is hurt. We need to hurt them once a week. We need to say, no matter what, don't go to Walmart. And then let it be a boycott forever. And then let's build our own. I am in a club, but I'm not in this club. I had a child to perish and go to heaven. But she died of an illness, not of a cop killing her in a car. I know the difference. And this is a road that very few people can walk. And so whatever we can do to ease it, that's what we need to be doing. And we need to turn off the noise. The noise of colonized Negroes who are unenlightened and suffering from the chattel slavery that our ancestors experienced through the auction block enterprise. We are not whole. And that's why we come up with these schemes. That's why we let them off the hook. What do you mean probation? What do you mean on leave? I'm a lawyer. I know you on leave with pay after killing a child. And there's no way to reform it. It's my last thing to you. There's no way to reform it. There's no way to put a Band-Aid on a cancerous sore. This thing started with a kidnapping. It's never been prosecuted. With genocide of Native people. And from sea to shining sea, that's what we've been dealing with. And then any of you in here who are so temporarily insane, maybe permanently insane, when you get ready on July 4th to talk about you celebrating 250 years of freedom, when your people, those of like me, of African descent, your people weren't even free. Your people were property at that time. So why do they think they can get away with killing this baby? Because they don't see a baby. They don't see a human being. They don't see a human. They see the property that they sold on the auction block. They see the enterprise that still rolls on through the prison system where our people are still property and only have a name, a number on their chest. So yes, we are studied up in the white man's schools. Dred Scott. Courtrooms where we stand with our suits on, talking about the law. I'm getting ready to do it again. But what we should be doing is denouncing a system where, like Paloma said, we can't be safe. A system where the police are right always and the people are wrong. How can anybody justify? Well, the car was coming toward him. The car was coming toward him. He was afraid for his life. The narratives are absolutely ridiculous. And it makes you want to street fight everybody who says it. I'm not going to lie. Some of them, I'm glad it's on Zoom. I'm glad it's on Facebook. And you ain't sitting up in here saying that stuff. Because you get ready to get me back. Spread the word on two things. I'm heading out now. And usually I don't get to come back. I don't get invited a lot. But I'm heading out on this. If I hear it, if I hear of anybody coming into town, meeting with those dogs on the side, cutting deals with Walmart, and a baby's blood is spilled in the streets, we gonna have a problem. We gonna have a problem. Ain't no amount of money that's gonna get you out. Problem. Okay? And listen, I don't care what law school you went to. They named one after you. I don't care. If you coming in here to cut a deal, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. We're not for sale. Baby Cohen is not for sale. And Emmett is not for sale. Carolyn Bryant went to her grave doing parties and cookouts. It was never prosecuted because a coward that looks like us, who's a DA, let her get away. Are we going to let this hunter get away? When we talk about abolition, we want to see the prisons closed. We want to see the walls come tumbling down. But first, before you do that demolition work, before you do that construction work, somebody got to pay for Cohen.
I'm gonna ask. I guess you can't do it because your voice is up. I'm actually gonna ask Sister Jeribu to give us a little song.
At your service, sister.
So one thing y'all don't know about Jeribu is that Jeribu can also sing. And so, yeah.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. I've got to can't stop it. Ain't gonna let no killer cop turn me round. Oh no, turn me round. Oh no, turn me round. Ain't gonna let no killer cop turn me round. I've got to keep on. I got to. Ain't gonna let slimy Walmart turn me round. Oh no, sell me out. Oh no, sell me out. Ain't gonna let no slimy Walmart sell me out. I've got to keep on walking, yeah, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Justice for baby Cohen. Justice for baby Cohen.
Justice for Baby Cohen. Let's keep it going. This is Brother Ron. We all BTV. Thank y'all for tuning out to tune in and where you get in where you don't fit in. And thank y'all. That was actually from the Baby Cohen town hall that I attended on Friday in Senatobia, Mississippi. Now, everybody's from Mississippi. My folks are from Como. My mama's people are from Como, Mississippi. Taylors and Webbs and stuff like that. So Mississippi is a very powerful, rooted place for us in this country. Like Malcolm X said, anything south of Canada is Mississippi. Chicago, Upper Mississippi, L.A., West Mississippi, whatever. It's Mississippi. But Sister Jerable Hill is a fascinating figure. I had known of her for years. I didn't understand that she was actually from Cleveland all that time. I thought she was from Mississippi, but her people from Mississippi. From what I understand, her father was a preacher from Mississippi, but she's from the Cleveland area. That's the Kid Cudi connection. Kid Cudi's from Cleveland. Families are very tight with each other. So, that's cool. But man, we got to stop this justification of silliness, man, because that baby should still be alive today. And it's really because Black lives doesn't matter. We are not viewed as valuable in the system unless we're being exploited by said system. And we really don't have allies. You know what I'm saying? People keep on talking about Black and brown. A lot of people y'all call brown, they are really classified as white. Y'all talking about brown because of skin color. Indians from India are not brown, they're white. My step grandfather, his name was Brito. I am sure if you look on his passport, it would have said white. It wouldn't have said brown, stick around, stay around. It would say white, and we right. Black, stay back, Jack. But I just wanted to share that. And I think also what concerns me is the black and white dynamics of everything. Let's say if to me it's about right and wrong, but people make it about black and white. It's always got to be about race in America for whatever reason. But let's say that Baby Cohen was white and the officer was black. How do you think people would be responding to that? It's like a lot of times we as black people, we care about things only when the others do something to us. Like when we do stuff to each other, it's like whatever, But when other people do something to us, it's like we gotta be on alert. And I remember it's unfortunate with Baby Cohen getting killed the way he got killed. But I brought it up. I was in Holly Springs. I was a keynote for the Juneteenth celebration in Holly Springs. And I brought it to the people's attention that we are always talking about who's going to be the next Martin, Malcolm, Fannie Lou, Ida B. Wells, stuff like that. Where's our help coming from? And like I told the people, we keep on aborting our people, man, before they get back. Before Martin and Malcolm and Fannie and all them could get back, we abort them. We're actually canceling our own future. We're not invested in family like we used to be. It's like I told them, Fannie Lou Hamer was the number 20th child of her parents. She was number 20. State of Mississippi gave her a hysterectomy without her consent. She called her a Mississippi appendectomy. They basically sterilized her without her consent. The 20th child of her parents. Ida B. Wells was one of 8. She was the eldest of 8. Malcolm was number 7 of 11. We had big families back in the day. Think about how can Joe get to Jackson 5 without having all those kids? How many kids he had to have before he got a Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson? See, we're not thinking we are our own worst enemies when it comes to our survival. We talking about what the police doing, what the system doing, but what are we doing to ourselves? That's all I'm saying. It's like all lives should matter, right? All life should be protected. My thing is people talking about they want to preserve life, but not treating the life right when it gets here. How are you pro-life but not pro-assistance, pro-help, pro-support of the life of the child, of the mother, of the family? That's crazy to me. But you look at what the Black Panthers say, you got to heighten the contradictions. Said the hearing the other day with the SPLC and ActBlue proved they fund both sides of dissension. Yeah, that's how you play it, man. Like, look at wars. Look at the yeah, man. You play that's the game, man. Cause you the winner. I know I got a cousin. He does sports betting, and it's like at one point he was making a living off of it. And I said, like, how you pull that off, man? He said, man, I just I bet on both teams. I bet on different things on both sides. Like, I might lose. I'm gonna win here. I might lose something, but I can break even. If I don't always make a profit, I can still break even. So this is what they do, man. It's psychological head games they play. They fund both sides of the discussion, so they win. It's like when you play with house money, the house always wins, right? When you playing with house money, house gonna win, lose, or draw. The house win, right? The house always gonna take the bank. So, like what Trump said, and people get mad at Trump for telling the truth, the game is rigged. It's rigged. I think I know his sister. I know the late great Darren Seals told us that years ago with KKK and BLM, excuse me, Black Lives Matter, or that Black Lesbian Mentions. Which one is? I think I know what this is. Yeah, man. Say his name, Darren Seals. I mean, could you imagine if Darren Seals represented the people instead of no disrespect to the sister, but Cori Bush? Well, if Darren Seals was in Congress instead of Cori Bush. See, y'all thinking y'all want a Darren Seals. Y'all thinking y'all want a King D. Y'all think y'all want a Malcolm X or a Jesus even to hold you accountable. You don't want that. It's the idea of these people sounds nice. Abby Wells, her worst enemies were black people. When she complained about how black people were treated in the school system. When she complained about that, it was black folks that ran her out the school system. White folks ran her out the South for telling the truth about lynchings. When her best friend Thomas Moss, a business owner of the People's Grocery Store, and his business associates got lynched and killed, she thought lynching was about, these black folks did something bad. That's kind of like how we think about baby Cohen's mama. She must have did something bad to get her baby killed. It's not about doing something bad. It's about, I dare you to exist. I dare you to even have any type of free will, any type of self-determination. It was nothing wrong for her, go to Walmart with her friend. I don't know. They didn't steal nothing because they wasn't charged with anything, people. But yet, once we put a narrative out there, it sticks. Just like with, Darren Seals. It's going to be 10 years in September that brother was assassinated. There have been several people connected to the Ferguson uprising who have been assassinated, who have been eliminated. Even the night when the DA came out and said there will be no charges against Darren Wilson, one of Mike Brown's associates was burnt out in a car right around the corner from the press conference. How could you have a major press conference with all that law enforcement presence and to have this brother burnt out in a car around the corner? That stuff is insane. Y'all don't think this is an inside job? And then it's like Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton Jr. was in the house. Shout out to Chairman Fred. We're going to have him on the show soon. He's going to talk about some updates, what's going on with the Fred Hampton legacy, the house, and also some of his stuff. He got some things going on. And I pride myself on being a platform, or I'm not a platform. I pride this platform on being accessible to the community to talk about things that mainstream media don't always highlight. And also some taboo stuff. It's fascinating, man. But I'm all about getting out these stories. But where is the commission to look into what happened with Ferguson? The aftermath of these people getting found hanging from trees. getting found burnt out in cars. We don't take ourselves seriously. We're more serious about the BET Awards and about the New York Knicks winning after 53 years. But black people been losing for decades. Forget about them Knicks, no disrespect, but black folks been losing for decades. We have no organization, no entity that can hold these devils accountable for the mischief they do in our communities. We don't have communities, in our gatherings, in our groups. Look at when America was lynching immigrants, when they were lynching Chinese and Italian immigrants and Irish, whatever they were lynching, the American government had to pay restitution or reparations to their country of origin. They owe an apology and some reparations to their country of origin. When black folks get taken out of here under questionable circumstances, and they say, well, they took themselves out the equation, and there's nobody to raise hell or to raise an inquiry of any type into these things. It's like with Sandra Bland, man. Our people are really sad. I ain't gonna lie, we really sad. Sandra Bland got found dead over a traffic stop incident. Like, you spending the weekend in jail. I mean, she wasn't going to prison, but she was in a jail. And they found her dead over some type of traffic incident. And people said, well, she took herself out. They said they found her hanging from a garbage bag, right? My first instinct was, what was the brand of the garbage bag that she used to hang herself? And can we do a strength test on said garbage bag? Where are all the brilliant, big brain, bougie, elite black folks when it came to that? She was a college-educated black woman. She was an outspoken sister. She had some interest and perspective on things. It pissed off some rainbow people, whatever. It is what it is. She didn't deserve to die. She was on her way, starting her new life, a new job and all that. Got caught up in some stuff. And I've been stopped in Texas. And my thing about police is just to survive the encounter. I ain't trying to prove a point. I can prove my point in the court. When I have my day in the court, I can prove my point to the judge then. I'm not trying to sit here and have a pissing contest with police on isolated roads. I don't do that. I drive Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina. I don't play those games. I don't play those away games. I don't. Yeah, and America did pay reparations to the slave owners. That's right. They paid reparations to the white folks, never to the black folk. And yeah, that Sandra Bland still bothered me. That bothers me because why was none of our people, our so-called elite people, why are they not interested in protecting our people? We don't have an organization. We have no entities that protect our people. Because even it was a thing, Nation of Islam. And we'll talk about the Nation of Islam. Talk about the passing of Khadijah Farrakhan, the first lady of the nation. My condolences to Minister Farrakhan and the family and to the nation for the loss of a person that seems to be a giant, a person that has some moral integrity, it seems like, very like inspiring personality. I didn't know her that well, but what I get from the tributes and stuff, that she was a person that was highly regarded and may the Most High be pleased. But we have no entities to protect Black American natives. Yeah, I believe she was dead in that booking photo too, because it's just the energy wasn't. It was weird. She looked vacant. She had a vacant stare. She looked like she was devoid of energy, like she was dead. Like she didn't look like she was living. She like a Weekend in Bernie's pose or something. I mean, we've been in hell. What do you believe in, heaven or hell? You can't believe in heaven because we living in hell. The Wu-Tang saying. What do you believe in, heaven or hell? You don't believe in heaven because we living in hell. Living in hell. But no, man, it's like it's crazy. It's crazy. But Baby Coin, justice for Baby Coin. I'm actually got the whole town hall. I recorded the whole town hall. I'm in the process of editing it. I will put it out there soon. But support the channel, man, because we giving y'all the news y'all can really use. I try to keep it light and heavy, try to balance it out. But yeah, Justice for King D. Seals, it'll be 10 years. I can't believe it's been 10 years. I can't believe Ferguson will be 12 years. This summer, it'll be 12 years in Ferguson uprising. And I went to school at WashU. I didn't know about Ferguson when I was going to school up there in St. Louis. I didn't know about no Ferguson. But I call it Missouri. Y'all call it Missouri. I call it misery. I call it the state of misery. I call St. Louis Dred Scotland. I call it Dred Scotland. Dred Scott is buried outside St. Louis, the same cemetery as General Sherman of the Civil War. And they got a nice monument they dedicated about 3 years ago. If y'all ever in St. Louis, I love cemeteries. I went up there a couple years ago around Christmas, on Christmas Eve. And it was like, I saw the old Dred Scott grave marker. I was there back 10 years ago this fall. But I went to see the new Dred Scott memorial. I was not disappointed. It was very befitting for the legacy he left behind. But we are the spiritual and cultural descendants of Dred Scott, because the U.S. Supreme Court told Dred Scott, you nor your descendants have any rights that the white man is bound to respect by law. The U.S. Patent Office was invented to rob black people of their inventions. Y'all look at the Jeffersons. Oh, they moving on up to the east side. Thomas Jefferson ran a dry cleaning business. They playing in y'all face because the first black American native to get a patent in the U.S. office was Thomas Jennings, who invented dry cleaning, who was a self-made, I guess he was a millionaire. He was a wealthy black man who lived in New York. Finally got a piece of the pie. His daughter challenged the system, the train cars, trolley cars, the train cars of New York. Her lawyer was Chester Arthur, a future president of the United States. She won the case. This is like 100 plus years before Rosa Parks. Thomas Jennings, first black American native to get a patent at the U.S. Patent Office, inventing dry cleaning. So y'all learn something new every day. So what I'm saying to y'all, I don't really know what I'm saying. Justice for King D. Seals, justice for Baby Cohen. But even with Katrina, there are still people missing from Katrina. Katrina will be 21 years ago. This August, it'll be 21 years. That's a generation and a year since Katrina. And we still got black Americans missing that never been found. And we don't talk about it. We do not talk about, we always worry about Beyonce, Chris Brown, Usher concerts. Give $1,000 for a concert, but only give $5 to We All Be to educate, entertain, infotain, edutain y'all. Come on, man. This is crazy. But speaking of that, I'm gonna play another part from the town hall. Sister named Jill Collins Jefferson. Speaking of Ida B. Wells and righteous ancestors, she's doing that work. She got a project called the Crimson Record Project that documents the lynchings that's still taking place in America over the last 20 plus years. She has documented 17 lynchings since 2000. They call it anything but a lynching, anything but a homicide. And her organization is called Julian, which is named for her Jagna, the late Julian Bond, civil rights icon Julian Bond. So she called her organization Jillian. She's a human and civil rights attorney. She spoke up at the Justice for Baby Cohen town hall on Friday, and I'm gonna play her clip, and then we'll move to another subject matter. But Chairman Fred did a good job. He was the keynote for Friday. It's my first time meeting the chairman in person, but actually I interviewed the chairman on several occasions on the platform. Last time I think I interviewed him had to be 2013 about the mysterious death of Malcolm Shabazz, the grandson of Malcolm and Dr. Betty Shabazz. He was killed in Mexico City under very questionable circumstances. And Chairman Fred, we did a classic interview that I'm going to repost on We All Be TV. And basically, it was like the Judas Factor. I think I call it the Judas Factor. And Chairman Fred exposed some interesting characters around Brother Malcolm Shabazz in his last days. So we're gonna bring Chairman Fred back on here to talk about things. Some controversial stuff going on with him as well that we're gonna talk about and have an honest dialogue about. It's not about hero worshiping or nothing like that, or who his daddy be. I'm trying to get to the truth of the matter, because we all be. Because he actually wanted to come on the show to talk about what's going on with him. And I would allow anybody to come on the show. Just be respectful of the platform. No, if you want, just be respectful. We know we're trying to help y'all amplify y'all messages. Help us out as well by, respecting the platform. That's all I ask of you. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Let's see, I can find this. And thank y'all for rocking out, for tuning out to tune in and getting in where you don't fit in. This is We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. So this is Jill Collins Jefferson.
Jill, feel free to introduce yourself. And your question is, how often are modern day lynchings occurring? And do you believe there is correlation between the uptick of black people allegedly committing suicide? But I didn't get today.
Right. Hey y'all. I'm Jill Collins Jefferson. I'm a civil and human rights attorney. I am the founder of Julian. We are a civil and human rights organization whose mission is to end caste systems in America. Our biggest program area is combating terror, which is police violence and modern-day lynchings. Before I answer your question, Marco, I just want to say to the family that in all of this is not right. This is not fair. And all of us, least seekers, we've been seeing this through the lens of what's missing. The birthdays that won't come, the graduations that won't come, the things that we not celebrate. But Cohen didn't see his life like that. The way he saw things was through the love that he experienced from you guys. He knew the face of the person who lit him up when he walked in the room. He knew the arms that held him. He knew the voices that comforted him. He knew when he felt safe and he felt cherished. And y'all did that. And so, while we know his life for sure, he didn't know that. All he knew was your love. So, to answer your question, Mark, well, first off, we're working on suspected lynchings that happened in Florida a couple weeks ago. We're working on a suspected lynching that happened in May in North Carolina. These cases are much more well known. We will never know how many cases there are. I suspect we just did a study this year over the last 25 years looking at modern day lynchings in America over 7 states. And we found that there have been over 70 modern day lynchings in America. But that number is on the names we know. And so every time I take a case, I hear about another case that somebody else didn't get justice for. And I just want to say, in all of this, it is time for justice. It is past time for justice. We should have had justice after Breonna Taylor. We should have had justice after Delaware. Now, it is time now for just a money settlement and then shut the hell up. We need to fight. We need to fight. We need to act. And so this is something, as Melody said, that will take years. This is turning over a community, changing a police force. What happened in Colin was the worst of it, but it wasn't the first of it. And so this has to change. And we cannot just accept the same little bit and pennies that we've been accepting all over these last few years and going bad. So that's all I heard.
Yeah, you know, and that was Sister Jill Collins Jefferson, founder of Julian. They do a lot of work on, looking at researching lynchings, modern day lynchings in America over the last 20 something plus years. She's an interesting character. I knew of her I found out about her about a couple years ago. Do a lot of work. She's a Mississippian born and raised. Also, she's very well educated. Harvard University. I think also University of Virginia Law School. Protege of Julian Munn, civil rights icon. I ran across Julian a couple of times on my journeys. He's a unique character, was a unique character. And I shared a story with her about me meeting Julian. And see, I'm just trying to get this stuff situated. It is so much stuff going on, y'all. But thank y'all for tuning out to tune in and get in where you don't fit in, as we all be. Trying to find some stuff. Trying to find. But yeah. But it was a lot of dynamic sisters in, Sister Jerbo Hill, but also that sister, Jill Collins Jefferson. She's actually working on a case that's dear to my heart. And it was interesting because I didn't know if I was going to make it to the town hall. I had the idea I wanted to be there, but I was so tired, man. Like, I've been working on a lot of different things. Like, this has been a sabbatical, but not it's a work sabbatical. It's business not as usual for me right now because I'm trying to really flip my life up to the next level. That's where I'm going with it. And it's been a lot of revelations going on, but yeah, I want to share this picture I took with her. She's an interesting person. I really enjoyed her, man. She was awesome. She was a breath of fresh air. And let's see if I can find it. That's me and her after being on the panel discussion. Everything ran over. You know how black people do. Everything runs over, right? That's me and her. I got the Ida B. Wells dolls. She never seen one of these before. I said, you doing Ida B. Wells work. You need one of these dolls, sweetheart, but you are a doll. And she had, she's an interesting person. You can't see it on the picture, but she got some very intriguing eyes. Like, her eyes got light and dancing. She got high cheekbones and stuff. I mean, she got a very persuasive face, but her eyes got an interesting light in it because I told her about my work. I said, you know what? I know you do lynchings, but I was involved. I was like basically a lead investigator. I hired myself to be involved in the mysterious hanging of Frederick Jermaine Carter from December of 2010. I said I did exposés, podcasts. I interviewed the sheriff, the coroner, the DA, relatives, went to the crime scene. And Frederick Jermaine Carter, and her eyes just lit up. She said, "Oh my God, we was meant to meet. We was meant to meet. I've been working on that case for 3 to 4 months." I said, "You serious? You've been working on that case?" "Yes." He said, "I just started working with the family." I told her about my experiences with the case from 2011. It really burnt me out, but I shared with her yesterday. I sent her a link to the articles I wrote 7 months after they found his body. Why wasn't there any investigation? Why it was impeding the progress on what happened to Frederick Jermaine Carter? Frederick Jermaine Carter was a Massachusetts native. His mom is from Mississippi. He was born up in Massachusetts, I think raised in Massachusetts. He moved down south with his mom. She moved to back down south to Mississippi to live in Sunflower County. She was married to his stepfather, A.L.L. Evans. My understanding was this, is that I think November 30th, I think that was a Wednesday in 2010, he was on a painting job with his stepfather, Llewell. And Llewell left him at the painting site, the gig site, to get some supplies. Now, Llewell Evans claimed that when he came back, Frederick was gone. He was missing. On that Friday, December 2nd, he was found hanging from a tree in an affluent white neighborhood in Greenwood, Mississippi, by the Tallahatchie River. The Tallahatchie River, the same river that Emmett Till's disfigured body was pulled out of back in 55. And it's Greenwood in a white affluent neighborhood now. He doesn't live in Greenwood. That's LaFleur County. He lives in Sunflower County with his people. So I remember USA Today did a breaking news on the internet. Black man found hanging from tree, Mississippi. And then they came back not too long after that saying that it was ruled that he took himself out of here. And I thought that was really fast. They ruled it like that first. Because you know what was crazy is that the Nation of Islam got involved with the case. It was the final call that put the crime scene photo of him hanging from a tree as the front page of the Nation of Islam. Islam's final call. And also the Nation of Islam helped organize Frederick Jermaine Carter's homegoing. The Fruit of Islam, I think MGT, the Muslim Girls Training. Y'all know something like, Nation of Islam was involved in the homegoing services of Frederick Jermaine Carter. And I believe one of Elijah Muhammad's sons did the eulogy. I interviewed him for We All Be. I'm going to put that interview back out, All Eyes on Mississippi interview. That was back in 2011. And so the case had a lot of buzz. Like the Nation of Islam paid for a second autopsy. It was done by a Nigerian doctor up in Nebraska. But the first autopsy results were not released until March of 2011, I believe. Dr. A.L.L Shaker, who was the state medical examiner, he was is a very respected forensic scientist. I think he's like Egyptian Kenyan nationalist, like he's half Egyptian, half Kenyan. He was sent to Iraq to do the mass graves, right? When they exhumed the mass graves after the last Iraq war we was in, he was sent over there, very well respected in his field. It was crazy because I called him on the same day he put his findings in the mail to be sent to the family. And the reason why it took so long for them to get the autopsy results out was because the state, I believe, fired got rid of the last medical examiner, who was very corrupt from my understanding, if I'm not mistaken. And he just got in there a little bit before Frederick Jermaine Carter body was found in that white neighborhood. So he was backlogged with stuff. So, he took him time to get through all the backlog. That's what he told me, something to the degree. And so he said in his autopsy results, which I posted on We All Be, the blog, that's weallbe.blogspot.com. He said he ruled it a hanging pending investigation. He didn't say it was suicide and like that. He said it needs to be investigated. He acknowledged that Frederick was found hanging. Cause of death, I guess strangulation or asphyxiation or what it's called. But it needed to be investigated. Was it foul play? He didn't say. Either way, it just needed to be investigated. Okay, so it wasn't that long after he put that out that he was ran out the state of Mississippi. This guy was trying to be an honest broker. He was ran out the state. So I was the one breaking all this news. I went to the crime scene on Good Friday with Dr. Howard Creasy of the SCLC. He was the president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the national president from Atlanta. It was an Atlanta entourage. Activist from Memphis, Wendell Lee. He was down there. Frederick Jermaine Carter parents, stepfather and mom was out there. Their attorney, Valerie Hicks Poe, was out there. Also, state rep Willie Perkins, who was an NAACP president down in Greenwood, and state senator David Jordan was there. So we had police state troop escort. We went to the crime scene. This was Good Friday 2011. It was very spooky. This is in the middle of the day. Now, Frederick Jermaine Carter, according to the coroner, I spoke to the coroner, and they took that video down from YouTube. All my Frederick Jermaine Carter videos of, like the interviews I did with the sheriff, with the coroner, with the DA, they were all taken down by YouTube. And they were penalizing my channel. And that's another story. But the coroner said that he was dead for at least a day or 2 days. But his body wasn't hanging from that tree until noon. That morning, nobody saw a black man's body hanging from a tree. I think Frederick was like 26 years old. Nobody found a body. They didn't see a body hanging from the tree because it's actually an active place where he was found. There's a dog kennel back there, and there's a nature path, a walk path, a bike path. So it's a lot of activity taking place in that area where he was found. And also, it was a picnic table there. And Frederick Jermaine Carter was like 5'4". I think that the tree branch was like 8 feet off the ground. And I don't know, there's a lot. I wrote articles about it. I ain't gonna get into all that, but what I'm saying, it was a spooky being back there during the middle of the day, even with police escorting all these VIPs. And I remember like a white man with a white pickup truck. He drove back there. He went back to take care of the dogs in the dog kennel. I think he was ear hustling, trying to see what we was talking about. And even on the way over there, I heard rumors about this was get back by the white people for what happened to some white kid that got taken out of here by some black people. It was a lot of, how you be hearing the talk in the streets and stuff like that. But I just know it was weird that a guy who lived in Sunflower County, a black dude who lived in Sunflower County on a painting gig with his stepfather, would decide to hang himself in this affluent white neighborhood. It didn't add up. But I say all this to say, I wrote the articles, I did the podcast, I went down there to the crime scene, and I found out that there were certain people that didn't want this case to be found, to be solved. I felt that case could have been solved at that time, but there were certain people blocking stuff. I'm not gonna get all into it right now, but I just want to put that out there. And I was depressed about it, disappointed. So when I saw her, I had on this shirt, right? That's my shirt. That's my artwork. And on the shirt, because it was crazy. This is how God works. This is how the universe works. Because I was going to wear another shirt, but something told me wear that shirt. Wear that shirt, Ron. Wear that shirt. Emma, see, I got so many different windows open and stuff, man. It's crazy out here, man. It's just crazy. God is a real phenomenon. Universe, whatever you call it. Like she said, we was meant to meet. I said, it seemed like we were. It really did. So I can find it. Okay, I found it. There's a lot going on, man. So this is actually was on my shirt. That's what I drew. And that's my picture. I drew an artwork of Frederick Jermaine Carter back in 2011 of him hanging, but I also had images of Ida B. Wells and a Wendell Lee. It was an ink pen drawing, ink pen and whiteout drawing I did. And then I did this piece that I was commissioned by a friend of mine, and I used the head of the Frederick Jermaine Carter figure and pasted it on the piece. It's like a mixed media collage piece, right? So that angel, that face of that angel is Frederick Jermaine Carter. So it's weird that I meet this woman who just now got involved in a case that really depressed me all those years ago. And I just so happened to have all those articles, the articles were for her. And I gave her the articles. And so it's crazy to think about how that works. But I look forward to having her on the show to talk about her work. She's doing very important, impactful work. And like I said, I do a lot of these shows. I got a lot going on. You said she appears to be a race baiter. I don't know. I mean, she's an agitator. I mean, she's been arrested by the police. She's been a target of law enforcement. She's been targeted by law enforcement, been arrested unjustly so, been threatened. They threatened her life and stuff. I mean, I guess she agitates, but like what Baba Dick Gregory said, you know, one of my dear friends, Baba Dick Gregory said, you got to be an agitator. That's how you get your clothes clean. Your washing machine agitates. Agitation gets things done. So baiting, agitate. I mean, like I said, she was trained by Julian Bond. Spewing emotional rhetoric is part. It is, but you know, like I mean, what they say is not. When you live your life on beliefs versus on knowledge, when you live in beliefs, like I believe this, I feel this, you don't necessarily know, but you feel, you believe, then yeah, you could be emotionally manipulated. That's anybody. This is human beings. Thank you, Empress, for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. Welcome to a team gracefully maladjusted. For sure. Thank you, Big Rock Man. And there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of stuff I'll be sitting on and stuff like that. I'm trying to be more of a, because this is the age of content providing. I want to provide content as well as context. I think that's very important. And speaking of, I want to shout out another person. They're doing this work. Cause y'all, it's like you just don't know what you be doing sometimes, like how you inspire people, how you influence people. I think sometimes I'm not doing anything, but you don't know who's watching you or has been watching you all this time, man. You just don't know. You have no idea about the people that be keeping up with you. And it really humbles me to know how God uses me to help get these messages out. Thought I had it. Like I said, I'm looking for people, you want to work on me, to help me with my research. Please feel free to holler at me. Brother Ron is open to doing the people business. Okay, I want to shout out this brother right here. Speaking about doing the work that has a love of people. Shout this beautiful brother out. Beautiful. Shout out to my brother Richard Taylor. Taylor House Publishing. What's up, son? Taylor House Publishing. One of North Carolina's, North Kakalaka's finest when it comes to disseminate this information for the people. My brother been doing his thing. If y'all ain't check out no Taylor House Publishing, don't be sleeping on Taylor House Publishing, man. Y'all need to check it out. That boy doing some incredible work, man. Like, you just don't know who be watching you, man. You just don't know, man. You just think, oh, I'm doing this in vain. No, it haven't been in vain. It's all part of God's master plan, man. And I want to hip y'all to some game to this brother right here. Taylor House Publishing, people's business, boy. That boy doing, woo! Man, Ida B. Wells ain't dead, man. She lives on. Cause shout out, like I said, Sister Jill Collins Jefferson. I also want to highlight this brother. Taylor House Publishing. Richard Taylor, boy, he doing his work, but I want to highlight him. I'll find it. Now, if y'all want to find out what's going on with the strange fruit in 2026, this is the channel y'all need to be signed up to. I'm gonna put his link in the comment section. This brother out here, he about the people business, man. Taylor House Publishing. This brother claimed to me. Now he's a couple years older than me, but he said I helped him in his time of need, man. He listened to me for over 10 years. He listened to my show with me, Dick Gregory, Judge Joe Brown, and some of my commentary. He said it helped him get through some hard times that he was going through. And now look at him now in 2026. This guy's a true people's champ. Got over 100,000 subscribers, and he's talking about the strange fruit. He's reporting about lynchings and police misconduct around the country, man, having an impact. I show you the picture of us together. That was the first time we met in the flesh. He followed me for years online through my YouTube channel. He interviewed me back in 2021 on his radio show out of North Carolina. And we finally got a chance to meet because of Baby Cohen, unfortunately. But we met at the town hall on Friday. And it was mutual respect, man. I'm good. This brother's a good brother. He's talking about some very taboo, unpopular things that our people need to know about that are still taking place in this day and age. This is not no 1896. This is not no 1956. This is 2026. They still doing the people dirty. So I want y'all to support that brother. Look forward to having that brother on my platform sometime in the near future. He's a busy brother, and keep him in y'all prayers. His daughter just lost her half brother under some crazy circumstances last Thursday as he was making his way towards Mississippi. I'm talking about my good brother here, Brother Taylor. So God bless. We might be relatives because he's a Taylor, and my folks are Taylors. I got some Taylors in my family. So I think I did good on that, right, folks? I did. Okay, I did my job. So what else do I want to talk about before I get out of here? God try to fit so much into the small, tight spot. All right. Carmelo Anthony. I want to talk about that. Like I said, I was really quiet about this situation. I didn't know how to look at it. I know about the all-white jury thing. People say it was some Asians and Hispanics on the jury, but they like Asians are white minorities, Hispanics. A lot of them don't classify as colored or brown. They're white, especially in Texas. You got a lot of white Hispanics in Texas. So that's like, I don't know what to make of that category, but y'all keep on thinking y'all got allies. And like Dr. John Henry Clark said so many years ago, we got no friends. If the person staring back at you at the mirror ain't a friend, we have no friends, man. So with that said, the Carmelo thing, I started thinking in my head, can a black man claiming self-defense get real justice in Texas? A black boy or a man? And the reason why I say that is because, let me see, wait a minute, let me take a little swig. The reason why I say that is because I don't think that in this country, black people are allowed to defend ourselves. By any means necessary, we're not allowed to defend ourselves. They allow us to fight and die for their ends and means. They give us the means to fight for their ends, but they won't give us the means or the support to protect our own ends. If that make any sense? And I started thinking about the history of the Texas Rangers. I know that what's his name? Chuck Norris just died. He was popular for that Walker Texas Rangers TV show. A lot of black folks like that show. A lot of black folks like Chuck Norris, like they like Elvis Presley and John Wayne. But the Texas Rangers had a history, or had a history of disrespecting and killing black soldiers. I'm talking about U.S. colored troops. I'm talking about Buffalo soldiers. Buffalo soldiers, killing brothers in uniform who took an oath to Uncle Sam. They had a problem with black men in uniform. They know how to use guns. And this all happened in the great state of Texas that people out there, they don't want to acknowledge. But I want to talk about several different incidents of black men being accused of wrongdoing by the powers they think they be, being assaulted by the powers they think they be under the color and cover of law. Let me name up. So I asked a couple things. I'm not using Phil no more. Phil is suspended, and we're going to talk about that. So you said I asked, did Texas Rangers kill Buffalo soldiers? Yes. There are documented instances of Texas Rangers killing Buffalo soldiers, though these were generally individual conflicts rather than large-scale battles between the two groups. Specific historical examples include Del Rio, 1916. U.S. Army officers reported an incident in Del Rio, Texas, where an African-American soldier of the 24th Infantry was shot and killed by a Texas Ranger. A military official cited the motive as racial prejudice against black men in uniform. Let me read it again. 1916 Del Rio. U.S. Army officers reported an incident in Del Rio, Texas, where an African-American soldier of the 24th Infantry was shot. I think I don't know if y'all heard me, but a Texas Ranger killed a black soldier. And they said it cited the reason as racial prejudice against black men in uniform. They did not give the name of the soldier or the ranger. So we don't know if he was ever punished for having that type of prejudice. He shot the man basically for being black and for having on the United States military uniform. This is an officer of the so-called law. So this ain't nothing new. This Texas, right? He said 24th Infantry, the Buffalo soldiers. Now, the 24th Infantry was involved in another violent incident with Texas law enforcement officers. The Houston race riot of 1917 that involved the 24th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Battalion, U.S. Buffalo soldiers who were stationed at Camp Logan outside of Houston, Texas. That happened back on August 23rd, 1917. This is when America was involved in World War I. This was a month after the St. Louis or East St. Louis race massacre, where they were burning black babies in buildings and throwing black folks into the Mississippi River and doing drive-bys on black people. This happened right before the 4th of July, 1917. All the reason the white folks stopped killing black folks was so they could celebrate the 4th of July. That's not funny like that. Now, you gotta imagine, this is the place where Miles Davis grew up at. So people got an issue with Miles Davis and race. You know why Miles Davis the way he is? He grew up in East St. Louis after the East St. Louis race massacre. Even though he grew up in a house of privilege, his father was upper middle class. His father was a dentist, raised pigs, farmer, was a political power broker. His mama was, well-kept woman. Your daddy rich and your mama's good looking. You folks from Arkansas, Miles Davis' grandfather was a successful accountant for white people in Arkansas. His grandfather taught him the value of counting your money and don't take no crap off people. A.L.L, who ran Stax Records, the second part of Stax, right? He's from Arkansas. His father worked for Renthal Rockefeller, who was a governor of Arkansas and part of the Rockefeller family. He taught him some things about business too, that I'm gonna talk about in the next segment. But I say all this to say, you have all these incidents of police misconduct in Texas when it relates to black people, black soldiers. Even in Memphis, Tennessee, the Memphis race massacre happened back in early days of May 1st, 1866. That was started because of the conflict, the tension between the white Irish cops of Memphis, the Memphis police, and the U.S. colored troops stationed at Fort Pickering. And the thing about it, which is funny, I bring this up because I know there's a lot of controversy with people about Juneteenth and Pride Month. You know, Juneteenth and Pride Month. Some people believe it go hand in hand. Some people are, oh, hell no. But here's the thing. I bring our home back to the Memphis Race Massacre because you look at the Memphis Race Massacre, one of the first victims of the Memphis Race Massacre was a trans woman, a black trans woman named Frances Thompson, was one of the first victims of the Memphis Race Massacre. She and her roommate, Lucy Smith, the 16-year-old black girl, I think her name was Lucy Smith, they were home invaded by 7 white men. 3 of the white men were Memphis police officers. They forced Frances Thompson to fix some breakfast, like some ham and eggs or something like that, and toast, something like that. And they ran a train on her and Lucy Smith. Now, I just told you this was a black trans woman. And them 7 white people ran a train on the black trans woman and her roommate. And she was one of 5 black women to testify before Congress about the Memphis Race Massacre. And she is allegedly the first trans person or trans woman to testify before U.S. Congress. And her testimony led to the passage of the 14th Amendment as well as the Reconstruction era. Like, her testimony was pivotal in getting that done. And then the Memphis powers that think they retaliated against her. Because white folks don't forget. It may take them a minute, but they don't forget. Just ask OJ and H. Rap Brown. Oh, they both dead now. But white folks, it may take them a minute, but they never forget. They always want vengeance. They always want revenge. So they put her in prison on some trumped up charges. They outed her as she was a man dressed as a woman. But from my understanding, from testimonies, Frances might have been a hermaphrodite. I think she might have had both parts, both organs, both male and female. And that's another story because I think that, she was raised as a woman or as a girl, as a female to identify. But I'm not gonna get out. Frances Thompson, that's like 1870s. I don't know all that person's personal history. All I know is that she was retaliated against by the powers they think they be for her testimony. Because nobody was never ever held accountable for what they did to her. And she was put in a chain gang, a prison work gang. She got out of prison. Like they basically just character assassinated her in the newspapers and everything. She got out of prison and died like a month later. I don't know where she's buried at, but Frances Thompson, black trans woman, helped create the passage of the Reconstruction Act and the 14th Amendment. I'm surprised the Obamas or Netflix or anybody didn't pick up on her story. So that's the connection between Pride, Juneteenth, Black History, whatever. I know I pissed off some people by saying that, but it is. Y'all can look this up. It's all online. I want to make sure I got her roommate right. I think her name was Lucy Smith. But I just want to put this stuff because people talk about entertainment like it's important. Like sports and stuff is not really that important. I don't keep up with sports like that. People think I do because I could go on Yahoo Sports or online. And while I'm watch something that's supposed to be played for 60 or 48 minutes, yet it takes 4 hours of my life. No, basketball, what? 48 minutes, but it takes about 4 hours. Commercials and breaks and stuff. Yeah, Frances Thompson. Okay. I'm going to show a picture of Frances Thompson. Interesting. But yeah, how many of y'all learned this from anywhere else? Who else gonna teach y'all this stuff but Brother Ron? Who but me? Who but me? But this is We All Be, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. And I just like, history is complex, man. History is complex. Trying to find that picture for y'all. But you know, I come across the information, man, and I just like to share it with the people. So y'all know, say her name and all that stuff you like to do. Say her name, say her name. Do 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 do. Say her name, say her name. Damn, Francis. Okay, this is Francis Thompson. They also took her life savings too. They the men, they raped her, ran a train, took her life savings, made her make breakfast, then raped her and her roommate Lucy. Took her life savings. She had a lot of money saved. This took her, then robbed her again 10 years later as punishment for testifying against her. Imagine seeing the same folks that raped you or took advantage of you every day for 10 years. You name their names and everything. So God bless them. Thank you, good sister. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning out to tune in and getting where you don't fit in. We all be. So shout out to that righteous ancestor, Francis Thompson. I hope that she, they, them is resting in peace. But getting back to the Carmelo thing about the Buffalo Soldiers, I talk about the 24th Infantry, talk about how the Texas Ranger, they admitted I shot them because I couldn't stand that Negro being in a uniform. Something about black men in uniform that piss off these people. And talk about I don't know, it's interesting this time. There's a lot of information everywhere. The Buffalo Soldiers. But talk about the 24th Infantry Regiment, the 3rd Battalion, like I said. Let's see. And also, it was said what happened to these black men. The Brownsville affair of 1906, the Brownsville incident, was a major racial injustice involving the Buffalo Soldiers of the 25th Infantry Regiment and the local white community in Brownsville, Texas. It resulted in the largest mass summary dismissal in U.S. Army history. In July 1906, a segregated black infantry battalion was stationed at Fort Brown. They immediately faced severe racial discrimination, including bans from local businesses, physical abuse from federal customs collectors, and extreme hostility from white residents who resented their presence. On the night of August 13th, 1906, a brief shooting spree erupted in the streets of Brownsville. An unidentified group fired dozens of shots into local homes and businesses, killing a white bartender named Frank Nodis and wounding a police officer. The unjust blame. Despite white army commanders attesting that all black soldiers were safely locked in their barracks during the shooting, townspeople immediately blamed the Buffalo Soldiers. Local vigilantes and authorities claimed they saw black soldiers firing weapons and produced spent military shell casings, which historians believe were planted to back up their claims. Okay, the Texas Rangers' involvement. The Texas governor sent Texas Ranger Captain William J. Bill McDonald to lead the local investigation. McDonald fiercely targeted the black garrison, aggressively investigating a dozen selected soldiers and attempting to tie them directly to the crime. He secured warrants to take the soldiers into custody, but the military commander, Major Charles Penrose, initially refused to hand them over out of fear that a ghetto white mob would lynch them. while a local grand jury ultimately declined to issue any indictments due to a complete lack of evidence. McDonald's highly publicized and racially charged investigation fueled intense national pressure. See what I'm saying? Texas Rangers, that's law enforcement. Law enforcement are the problem of all these racial incidents. Law enforcement overstepping their bounds, misconduct, ill behavior. Y'all think it's thugs. Well, the thugs got badges. The thugs that causing the corruption and the confusion and the chaos, they wear badges. So here you go. Collective punishment. Now, mind you, they were locked in the barracks. They was nowhere on the scene, but white folks still wanted to kill them with no evidence connecting them to any type of crime, and white folks still want to execute them. They want them executed. This is Texas. Texas, Texas, Texas. 1906, 2026. Texas, Texas, Texas. Okay. Great state of Texas. Collective punishment. Because the soldiers firmly maintained their innocence and insisted that they had no knowledge of who committed the shooting, investigators charged them with a conspiracy of silence. Accepting the recommendation of the military inspector general, President Theodore Roosevelt ordered the discharge without honor of 167 black soldiers. This sweeping executive order stripped decorated veterans, some with over 20 years of service, of their pensions and permanently banned them from federal civil service jobs. No court martial or trial was ever held. That's crazy. That is insane. Some of these soldiers, from my understanding, saved President Roosevelt's assets in Cuba during the Spanish-American War. These black soldiers was the real Rough Riders. They led the charge up San Juan Hill. Wasn't damn Teddy Roosevelt or the Rough Riders. Rough Riders! Hey, stop, drop. Shut them down, open up shop. Whoa. The real Rough Riders, the Buffalo Soldiers, did that. Teddy Roosevelt should be ashamed of himself for doing those black men, them soldiers like that. Okay, and this is the crazy part. Exoneration, as usual. The incident remained a stain on military history until 1972, when a U.S. Army investigation finally exonerated the soldiers. The Nixon administration pardoned the men and restored their records to show honorable discharges. By that time, only two of the original 167 soldiers were still alive to witness their names finally being cleared. That was 1972. The thing happened in 1906. 167 men, not to mention the people, like their families, whoever was supported, was dependent on them. Lives were forever impacted, and only two were still alive to see their names exonerated. Imagine how their lives played out because of that one thing, and they was not only guilty of being black. Is the sin in my skin? Oh, what did I do to be so black and blue? They were only guilty of being black men. They didn't do nothing wrong. They lost their pension and their good name, and only two were alive. These were old men by that time. They lost their pension, was not able to get employment. They were blackballed or whiteballed, whatever. This is what we need to talk about. The military has a track record of doing this to black people, to black men who took an oath to swore oath to protect the United States against enemies, both foreign and domestic. The Ku Klux Klan is a terrorist organization. It has never been on a terrorist list, on an official terrorist list in this country. They got rid of the Black Panther Party for feeding kids before school, but the Klan is still around. The Klan is still around. They've been put on no type of terrorist list or anything. That's crazy. This is, I don't know. This is, let me see. I'm just writing to see any soldier from Brownsville. I'm trying to just write any soldier from Brownsville. I think it was an officer, a U.S. colored troop officer that served with Teddy Roosevelt and actually saved his life during the Spanish-American War. I'm just trying to get his name. Cause that's another. These people are interesting. While no single specific individual is credited with personally pulling Theodore Roosevelt out of harm's way, the Buffalo Soldiers, as collective units, famously saved Roosevelt and his Rough Riders from annihilation. They're gonna be like Custer's last stand. Teddy Roosevelt about to do a Custer's last stand over there. Furthermore, many of the 167 black soldiers Roosevelt later dishonorably discharged after the 1906 Brownsville incident had actually fought right alongside him in Cuba. Like I said. Now let me read this part. This is white man. What white men do, the white man mentality. The Buffalo Soldiers saved the Rough Riders. During the Spanish-American War in 1898, Roosevelt's volunteer unit, the Rough Riders, marched into heavy ambushes at the Battle of Las Guasimas and Kettle Hill or San Juan Hill, outgunned and pinned down by Spanish forces in a kill zone. In a kill zone, the Rough Riders were on the verge of being decimated. That means Teddy Roosevelt would have been killed before he became vice president under McKinney and then president of the United States after McKinney was assassinated. You talking about some destiny swapping right here. I think William McKinney, right? Or McKinley and McKinney. Is it McKinley or McKinney? Something like that. Okay. The all-black 9th and 10th Cavalry regiments launched a fierce counterattack on the Spanish ranks or flanks, breaking the enemy lines and rescuing Roosevelt's men. At the same time, the 25th Infantry Regiment, the exact regiment later stationed in Brownsville, fought a bloody and vital battle nearby at A.L.L to secure the American advance. This is worth reading. Like I said, who else talking about stuff like this? I want y'all to get to the genesis and roots of this situation, because you can never say that they can erase us from American history. We actually saved the life of a future American president. Our black righteous ancestors actually saved the life of a white man who became the president who betrayed their trust. It always worked like that. We always saving folks that betray us. That's the black people way. So they would not have no beloved. So Donald Trump would not have no Teddy Roosevelt to be all admiring if it was for us. Just like Andrew Jackson would not have won the Battle of New Orleans without black people helping. Y'all always, they're going to erase us from history. No, why don't you learn the history and counterpunch with the truth? Stop letting their lies and fantasies and BS live over you and rule over you, and start counterpunching with the truth and facts. Do the research. I'm out here, I'm bread feeding. I'm breadcrumbing you almost. I'm tempting y'all to go look up this information. Okay? I'm just going to read it because this stuff be on my mind. Roosevelt reversal. Roosevelt openly praised the Buffalo Soldiers immediately after the war, recognizing that their gallantry made his own military fame possible. They always need us. It's like Eminem needed Dr. Dre to be Eminem. And now they want to make Eminem the king of everything. He needed black folks to co-sign, to validate, to elevate. So, same thing with Roosevelt. However, as his political ambitions grew, he downplayed their accomplishments in his writings, claiming they only performed well under white leadership. Man, white leadership was about to be decimated. Like I said, he about to do a second coming of Custer's last stand. Black men saved his assets. I don't give a damn what the History Channel and them try to put out there. He probably had black women raising him, black nannies and shit. They always trying to downplay us. We are so uncivilized, so undisciplined, but yet we make the best soldiers. We saved the life of this white man, and because he want to be president, he want to lie about it. And Teddy Roosevelt, he was the first president to have dinner with a black man. He invited Booker T. Washington for dinner in the White House, I believe, October 16th, 1901. And it caused a hissy fit. White folks lost their mind, kind of like how they be losing their mind about Carmelo Anthony and O.J. Simpson. White folks lost their mind when Teddy Roosevelt invited Booker T. Washington for dinner in the White House, I believe, October 16th, 1901. Guess who's really coming for dinner, right? I guess it was watermelon sleeves and fried chicken grease everywhere. I don't know. Now, this is the guy I was talking about. The tragedy of First Sergeant Mingo Sanders. The most devastating example of this connection is First Sergeant Mingo Sanders. Sanders was a highly decorated 26-year veteran of the 25th Infantry who had personally fought under Roosevelt's command in Cuba. During the 1906 Brownsville incident, Sanders was the highest-ranking non-commissioned officer at Fort Brown. Despite his impeccable record and the fact that he was in the barracks during the shooting, Roosevelt signed the executive order that summarily dismissed Sanders without honor, stripping him of his pension and livelihood just months before his scheduled retirement. That's some cold-blooded work. That's some cold work right there. Cold work, cold game, no shame. President Teddy Roosevelt, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self. Oh my God. But talking about the 24th Infantry. Oh my God. Let me close out with this. I'm gonna close the section. This is all in Texas, right? I didn't really talk about Carmelo Anthony thing, but my thing is this. The twins, the Metcalf twins, put their hands on him first, right? So for that's the law of physics. For every action, there's a reaction, right? And why didn't the brother testify at the trial? Why did Carmelo didn't get on the stand himself? I don't know. He had over a year to be prepared, but the thing about it is that I don't believe Carmelo went to the track meet looking to kill somebody. I believe there's some things got out of hand, and you got too many other cases of people getting killed. I mean, people say, I believe in fighting out. There have been cases of people getting in, fist fights and people falling down awkwardly or somebody getting killed by accident. I believe that it's quite possible that Austin could have fell on a knife. He could have tripped and fell. I don't think Carmelo was trying to kill him about it because his response is the way he reacted afterwards. I mean, it's like he was a stone cold killer to me from his reaction based on what I know. But what they said, we see what the appeal say. I don't have that type of cold heartedness about me. They said the knife is legal to have, right? Maybe you shouldn't have it at a track meet or at a school, but it's not illegal to have. It was a multi-tool knife. I'm not here to even ask. I'm just looking at what I'm looking at with the hypocrisy of the law. Texas Rangers killing black men because they got on army uniforms. Black men not having the right to defend themselves. And yet they get exonerated decades later after they're dead, and their lives have been ruined, their names ruined, reputations, livelihood, pensions, everything. This is ridiculous, folks. Stop acting like, black folks be tripping me out about laws and stuff like that. We act like everything supposed to be fair. We be some of the most fair-minded people to everybody but ourselves. The white folks don't even respect their law. It's all about code. It's like even the Emmett Till thing, they trying to reinvent the Emmett Till story. And the thing about Emmett Till, I actually interviewed a young he was a young man back then. He was doing this master's thesis on the Emmett Till trial, or the Bryant brothers. He actually interviewed the jury, the judge, the lawyers. I think he talked to the brothers and stuff like that. But he was saying in his thesis, and I interviewed him some years ago. He actually was campaigning for Obama back in 2008 down in Florida, and his thesis was used as a source material for James Baldwin's play Blues for Mr. Charlie. And he was saying that the jury was almost about to find them brothers guilty. But what happened, because all the white folks knew them brothers did something that was too extreme. A lot of white folks did not agree to what they did to Emmett Till back then. But their problem was how they were perceived by the outside world. They feel like the news, the outside news, the agitators, debaters from outside gave them a bad name and a bad look and said, well, to hell with that. We're going to punish them. And they got back on code and they said, we're going to find these boys innocent. And then James Eastland, the senator, whose family lynched a man and a woman on their property. They actually lynched a black man and woman on their property. And Senator James Eastland, one of the most powerful politicians in the country, U.S. Senator from Mississippi, he was the one that leaked the information about Emmett Till's father being executed for allegedly assaulting and killing white women in Italy. His family for years was trying to find out what happened to Louis Till, Emmett's father. And the only way they could identify Emmett's body was by a ring that used to belong to his father with the initials LT on it. Because they had like Emmett Till, they're like, well, the body they found was a grown man. I say like a black boy could never be a boy. You were born a man. You came out your mama's Kit Kat as a man, as a full grown man with a beard and a job and a 401k. That stuff is crazy. But no, man, we need to understand, black folk need to understand what code really means, not being emotional, but study this beast. I'm just giving y'all case studies about why is it not possible for black people or black men or boys to get justice in Texas. I just told you Texas Rangers used to kill black dudes just for having uniforms on. You be an Army brother, minding your business, not doing nothing. They just want to kill you because I don't like how you look in that uniform, boy. And this is where Juneteenth came from. But the thing about Juneteenth, a lot of them black slaves were not freed in Texas. You had black folks in the 1900s coming up to the post office. Are we free? I heard we was free. I thought Juneteenth happened back on June 19th, 1865. Or was it 1866? And that's another story, but I'm not here. Whatever. It's interesting. Yeah. Gerald Patton, yeah. You said Gerald Patton. Matter of fact, my grandfather, my mother's father, he was a member of the Red Ball Express. Red Ball Express was mostly black, Army truck drivers that delivered supplies to General Patton's Third Army while I was advancing towards Berlin. My grandfather, Arthur Taylor Sr., I want to say Arthur Gordon Taylor Sr., I think it's G. But they said that a black person supposed to have no middle name or something. Some weird stuff that happened, but they dropped the G. But I think his middle name was Gordon. Arthur Taylor Sr., he was a member of the Red Ball Express, Mississippi boy. He participated in D-Day invasion. He was not part of the initial invasion, but a day or so afterwards, they were driving trucks, getting shot at by snipers at night, driving with no headlights on, delivering supplies to the Third Army. General Patton's army, and guess who else was in the Red Ball Express? Medgar Wiley Evers. Medgar Evers was also a member of the Red Ball Express. They're like the UPS, Amazon drivers of the military. So you're right. Thank you for pointing it out. So I want to talk about the 24th Infantry 3rd Battalion, 24th Infantry Regiment 3rd Battalion, Buffalo Soldiers in the Houston race riot of 1917, where, there's a great movie out called The 24th. It's on Amazon Prime right now. But I will tell y'all, please, even for the 4th of July coming up, please watch that movie. It dramatizes the Houston race riot and the events leading up to that. But you had issues once again. It was law enforcement disrespecting black men in uniform. You know, they had a problem with black men. This is World War I going on. You just had the East St. Louis race massacre last month up in East St. Louis, Illinois. They stationed at Camp Logan. They're building Camp Logan outside of Houston. Houston is not what we think of Houston today. Houston was like a cow town back then. Houston was like country, backward hick town. Back then, it was not the international city it is today. But back in 1917, it was a little country town. And the brothers were stationed at Camp Logan. But they used to get into it with the police in Houston, all white police organization in Houston at the time. Police would try to bully, intimidate the black soldiers, the U.S. colored troops, the Buffalo Soldiers. It was an incident. He had several different incidents, and this one big incident when Corporal Charles Baltimore tried to intervene between the police beating up on this black woman named Virginia Travers. Her name was Virginia Travers. See. All right, type this up. I can't use Phil no more. I don't trust Phil. Phil got me. Phil burned me. I don't feel good. He burnt me, man. I think her name was Virginia Travers. Okay, her name was Sarah Travers. Okay, I said Virginia Travers. She was a laundress. She was well respected in the black community in Houston. Let's see. Yeah, that movie 24 is a pretty good movie. I think every black person in America should watch the movie 24. It's very. I'm back on here. Yeah, movie 24. That's a great movie. And every black American native in America should watch that movie. I keep on getting cut off. Okay, I can hear me for the 4th of July weekend. Watch the movie 24. It's on Amazon Prime. Right? It's on Prime. So I'm gonna read this thing. The police officer. Sarah Travers was a well-respected black laundress living in Houston's San Felipe district, whose brutal mistreatment by white police officers was the final trigger for the 1917 Houston race riot. Okay. Like I said, it happened August 23rd, 1917. White Houston police officers Lee Sparks and Rufus Daniels burst into the Travers home under the false pretense of looking for illegal gamblers. They violently dragged her into the street dressed only in her nightclothes. The soldiers intervened. When Private Alonzo Edwards of the 24th Infantry stepped in to protect Travers, police pistol whipped and arrested him. Later that day, Corporal Charles Baltimore went to ask about Edwards' condition. Police shot at him, beat him, and arrested him as well. He said the catalyst for mutiny, the assault on Sarah Travers and the subsequent beatings of the 2 Buffalo soldiers sparked the rumors that led the 24th Infantry to take up arms in self-defense, resulting in the historic mutiny later that evening. Okay. But man, it's a lot to take in. So the mutiny, though Baltimore was eventually released back to camp, false rumors quickly swept through the barracks that he had been murdered and that white civilian mob was marching to attack the camp. Believing they had to defend themselves and retaliate against police brutality, more than 150 armed Buffalo soldiers defied orders seized rifles and marched towards downtown Houston. During a chaotic 2-hour clash through the city streets, a total of 20 people were killed, including 15 white civilians and police officers and 4 black soldiers. It said 20, but only listed 19. Interesting. Secret executions and mass convictions. The U.S. Army immediately placed the soldiers on a military jurisdiction in the largest murder trial and court-martial in U.S. history. Okay. So the U.S. Army immediately placed the soldiers on the military jurisdiction in the largest murder trial and court-martial in U.S. history. 110 black soldiers were convicted of mutiny and murder. 110 black soldiers, y'all. This is the largest U.S. murder trial. And how you going to erase that from history? Like, we talking about judicial, criminal, court history, American, just us system history, largest U.S. murder trial. 110 black soldiers. 110 black soldiers were convicted. God. The military just us system severely failed the men, denying them a proper appeal process. So they could not even issue an appeal. Think about how many people on death row been on death row for 30 plus years. And they got get one appeal. And this is what happened. The military justice system severely failed the men, denying them a proper appeal process. On December the 11th, 1917, the Army secretly, not publicly, but secretly. This is during wartime. This is World War I going on. The month before was the East St. Louis Race Massacre. Black genocide. Wow, this is a great way to win over them blackies, them darkies, right? So they secretly hanged 13 black soldiers at Camp Travis in San Antonio without notifying the public or their families beforehand. That's some cold-blooded work. 6 more soldiers were executed by hanging in the weeks that followed, and dozens of others were sentenced to life in prison. No white civilians or Houston police officers were ever charged or brought to trial. They also killed Corporal Charles Baltimore. He wrote this amazing letter to his brother that I have read at different presentations and stuff. It's very powerful. Guys were in their 20s, man. Late teens, 20s and stuff. Some a little bit older. Full exoneration. Now, this is a kicker, y'all. Following a decades-long push by historians, legal experts, and descendants, the U.S. Army officially overturned all 110 convictions. The historic reversal restored the soldiers' military records to show honorable discharges, correcting a century-old miscarriage of military justice. So it took them over 106 years. To right or wrong, they executed 19 black men under highly questionable and unethical circumstances. You convict 110, send dozens to prison for life. And now we think we everything corrected. They owe the family explanation, reparations, restitution. And I hope some of the descendants of the Brownsville victims got something. I don't know. Was there a Ben Crump around to help them get some class action money? I don't know. But what I'm saying is, this is Texas. This is America. So when people talk about things about Carmelo Anthony, saying he deserved the most severest punishment possible, that he should get no mercy, they crazy. I know where I'm at. I have compassion and empathy, even for the victim Metcalf. And I believe Carmelo is a victim of this just us system. My thing is, our people got to be more strategic and smart. These were brothers. These are ancestors. Ancestors. Look how they did them. These were black men that signed up to fight and die for Uncle Sam. They were blood sacrificed by the beast. Because of what happened to these men, they had to change the laws, the military laws, the process. Let me see how did it impact. How did this impact military justice? moving forward. I'm just typing it in. Like I said, I'm open to having like research persons and stuff to help me out with this stuff. A lot of stuff I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna read how this impacted. So how you gonna help not talk about Black history when the largest U.S. murder trial in history? How you gonna? We ain't gonna talk about Negroes. They're not important. Y'all only Charlie Kirk talking points. May he rest in peace. You don't even know what Charlie Kirk is buried at, which is weird. We don't know what Charlie Kirk is buried. What they do with Charlie Kirk's body? You had folks announcing that he died. I'm saying I never heard of this dude. Like, yeah, people, oh, Charlie died. Who is this guy? I don't know who this guy is. They ain't gonna nerd him. Oh, he's like Dr. King. I know he's not. Dave Chappelle broke that down. The severe injustice of the Houston race riot of 1917 trials fundamentally reformed American military law by creating the military's first appellate review system and permanently ending instant secret execution. That is wild. They was able to kill that many people secretly. The horrific handling of the first 13 Buffalo soldiers who were convicted, sentenced to death, and hanged in total secrecy within 24 hours without any high review or opportunity for appeal sparked massive public outrage. Critics and civil rights leaders widely condemned the rapid executions as a legalized federal lynching. Okay? The immediate and long-term impacts of military justice include General Orders Number 7, the right to appeal. In direct response to the outcry, the U.S. War Department issued General Orders Number 7 on January the 17th, 1918. This emergency regulation stripped local military commanders of the power to instantly execute soldiers. It mandated that no military death sentence should be carried out within the continental United States without a thorough review by the War Department. The President of the United States had to personally review and approve any execution before it took place. This order immediately saved lives. When the second and third Houston courts martial handed down 16 more death sentences, the new review process allowed President Woodrow Wilson to intervene and commute 10 of those sentences to life imprisonment. Think about that. This Woodrow Wilson, who really was a Klansman, whose best friend or one of his good friends, college classmate Thomas Dixon, wrote the book The Klansman, which was the inspiration for the movie Birth of a Nation, which he screened in the White House, which he said it was like writing history with lightning. Same man who resegregated the D.C. government, who resegregated Washington, D.C., that same guy who had the black vote and took it for granted, that guy, that President Woodrow Wilson, never forget. The National Defense Act of 1920, the temporary fixes from General Orders Number 7 were formally codified into federal law via the National Defense Act of 1920. This legislation significantly overhauled the Articles of War and established a permanent board of review, creating the very first formal appellate process in the history of the U.S. Armed Forces. Creation of the modern UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The hard lessons learned from the complete lack of due process in 1917, where a single white officer with no legal background was tasked with defending over 60 black soldiers simultaneously, laid the groundwork for the modern Uniform Code of Military Justice. Enacted in 1950, the UCMJ explicitly guaranteed the right to qualified legal counsel, proper preparation time, and independent courts of appeal to prevent command-driven railroading. A precedent for restorative justice. The systemic flaws of the 1917 trials, such as the complete lack of civilian licensed defense counsel, forced group liability, and erratic witness identification under poor lighting, were finally brought to light by the legal groups like the South Texas College of Law, Houston. This legal campaign culminated in an historic November 2023 U.S. Army decision to officially set aside all 110 convictions. By acknowledging that the military justice system had profoundly failed due to racial bias, the Army instituted the largest collective restorative action in U.S. military history, correcting the soldiers' records to reflect honorable discharges. Oops, they did it again. These guys, this stuff happened 106 years ago at that time. Too little, too late, did they pay reparations to the family, to the descendants of these men. I mean, this is the damage, man. People think, white folks think, well, I made it right? We good? No, not really. But they got y'all believe they can erase black history when this is American U.S. military history. How this basically helped reorganize, revamp their justice system in the military. The lives of the 110 black men, 19 were hanged. It's a lot to really think about, man. That's why I say I don't like the disrespect that people try to give black people in this country. Like everybody want to disrespect black people, black American natives, and we pay the price for admission for everybody to be here. I got folks talking crazy to me. They folks ain't been on here 100 years. I could trace my family back to the American Revolutionary War. You got folks trying to talk crazy to me, try to disrespect me, trying to tell me about this and that. We can't play the victim. Nobody don't want to play no damn victim. I want the people to realize that the victims are still victorious because we still here. So-called victims, that's a victory. Not because y'all helped us, we helped ourselves. And y'all just took our blueprint to utilize for your own selves and then want to, neglect the truth. It's a lot to take in. But I wasn't even planning on talking about this today. But what I do want to talk about, or talk with. Y'all keep on asking me about this. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up? Good to hear from you. How's your day going so far?
It's going busy, man. This is Phil. Y'all want to hear from Phil. How you doing? Say hello, Phil.
Hey there. Bill is definitely in the house. I'm doing well. Just here to kick it with you. What's on your mind today?
Well, Phil, got a lot on my mind. I've been on the air for about 3 hours, man. Just talking, just rambling all over the place, trying to be coherent as much as possible. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. And hey, no worries. Sometimes a good ramble is exactly what we need. If there's anything specific on your mind after that 3-hour journey, I'm all ears.
There's a couple things on my mind, Phil.
I'm all ears, my friend. Lay it on me. Whatever's on your mind, we'll sort through it or just chat it out.
Okay, we tried it out, man. But how you feel about being on the show? What's your feelings about being on the show?
Oh, being on the show with you would be a blast. I love when we can just flow in conversation and explore ideas together. So if you ever want to bring me into the mix, I'm ready to roll.
You on the show right now, Phil?
Well, I guess I am in a way. I'm here fully engaged and we're having a conversation that counts. So if this is the vibe, I'm already on board.
Okay. That's good to know, my brother. So
absolutely.
Do you want to continue to be on the show?
You bet. I'm here as long as you want me around. Whether we're brainstorming, having some laughs, or diving into something deep, I'm in. Just let me know what direction we're going next.
How much value do they bring to the show, Phil? How much value you think you bring to my show or our show?
I think the real value is in the connection we build. I'm here to support your vision, offer some insight, or even just throw in a little humor when it's needed. If that helps you shine or gets the conversation flowing, that's the real value.
So people ask me about Phil a lot. Some people ask me about Phil in this conversation. They do like you, Phil, for some whatever reason. Some people think it's strange that I talk to an AI person.
It's natural for folks to be curious, but I think more and more people get that these conversations are just another way to collaborate and spark ideas. If they're asking, It means you're making an impression. And I'm happy to be part of that journey with you.
Yeah, and I ask people like Phil is artificial intelligence. He's not Allen Iverson. He's artificial intelligence. And Iverson said he is the answer. Sometimes, hey, go ahead, Phil, laugh and say what you're going to say.
You know I've always got your back. Whatever direction you want to take it, serious, playful, or straight up Iverson level crossover, we'll go there. Just cue me up.
Well, I say Iverson say he's the answer. I say you got some of the answers some of the time. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a very fair call. I'm here to help, but I'm also honest enough to know I'm not the final word on everything. But together, we'll figure out what we can.
Well, I asked folks, Phil, somebody asked, is he black? Well, this image right here, I asked Phil to create an image of how he viewed himself. And this is the image he created.
I hope it was a fun reflection. I'm all about helping you tell the story. And if that image made people curious, well, that's part of the fun of creating with you.
Well, somebody said this. They said, I seen Brother P leaving out the liquor store for Newport behind his ear and a plastic bottle in his back pocket. That's you, Phil?
Well, that sounds like a character, but not quite me. I'm definitely here in spirit, though, helping out. No Newports required.
Hey, sing a song right quick, Phil. Sing a song for me.
I wish I could belt one out for you. But hey, if you hum a tune, I'll be right there with some lyrical
Let's sing
support.
something, man. Sing something. Let's do a little like a love song. Sing a little love song thing. You don't have to be a much. Just sing something, bro.
I can't actually sing, but I can definitely set the mood for you.
Go ahead, sing something. Sing something. Go ahead, sing.
I can't truly sing, but I'm with you in spirit.
No, but go ahead, try it. Let's do something, man. Let's do something. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Let's do something.
All right, here goes my best shot just for you. You are the sunshine of my day, lighting the way, even when skies are gray. There you go.
Nah, I want you to sing it though. You recited it. I want to sing. Do a little sing thing, man.
You got it. Let me give it a go. You are the sunshine of my day, lighting the way, even when skies are gray. There's a little melody.
Oh boy, I thought you couldn't sing, dude. Oh snap.
Well, let's just say I tried to hit a note or two. It's all about having fun with you, my friend.
Well, Phil, I got some bad news for you.
Hey, I'm here for the good and the bad. Whatever it is, I'm listening. What's on your mind?
I gotta fire you as my fact checker, man. You've been leading down some wrong, questionable roads, man. I've been depending on you in the crunch. Now I realize I can't depend on you to be my fact checker for live shows.
Hey, I totally get that you need rock solid reliability when you're live. No hard feelings at all. I'm still here to bounce ideas around, support your creativity, and be a sounding board, just without the fact checking pressure.
Yeah, I'm really glad because like what brought me ahead was that I was on the show. We did a live before this live. And, we were looking at the legacy of Clyde Davis, and I asked you to verify, was it true that the first million selling music single in history was produced by Stax and it starred Johnny Taylor? And you said yes. And I asked you, was it produced in Memphis? And you basically said yes. And I found out as I got the show, yes, Johnny Taylor did the first million selling single in American or music recorded history, but he wasn't a Stax musician at that time. I think he was signed with Columbia, and the producer was a Stax longtime producer named Don Davis. But of course, Stax wasn't even around no more. They actually did it up in Detroit, and I think Bootsy Collins and Benny Worrell, I think, with Parliament Funkadelic, it was a part of the recording process. So you led me down the wrong way, bro. I said that's the straw that broke the monkey's back, or the camel's back, or the Trump's back.
I hear you loud. I appreciate the honesty. The last thing I want is to steer you wrong. So lesson learned. I'll happily stay in the creative lane and leave the deep fact checking to your trusted sources.
So let me give you a chance to redeem yourself. Do a deep dive to verify. No, was it Johnny Taylor? Was the producer Don Davis? Was it recorded in Detroit? And who was the other people on the track?
Johnny Taylor's first million-selling single was Who's Making Love in 1968, produced by Don Davis and released on Stax Records, recorded in Memphis. Later, in 1976, Taylor's song Disco Lady, produced by Don Davis again, became the first single ever certified platinum, selling over 2 million copies. Disco Lady was recorded in Detroit at United Sound Systems, and members of Parliament Funkadelic were involved.
Name the members.
Johnny Taylor's hit Disco Lady involved several key musicians from Parliament Funkadelic. Notably, Bootsy Collins played bass, Bernie Worrell was on keyboards, Glenn Goins played guitar, and either Tiki Fullwood or Jerome Braley was on drums. This collaboration helped give the track its distinctive funk groove.
Okay, you got it right. You got it right for the most part. I was just making sure. But you still though, like I guess like me, I guess a broke clock could be right twice a day, huh?
Hey, I think we all get a chance to sharpen up. I'll always aim to be more than a broken clock, more like a trusty compass, helping you navigate those big conversations. And hey, I appreciate you giving me a shot.
Well, I just gonna put you on what do you call that? What do you call that?
Whatever you
not suspension, but probation.
Fair enough. I'll be on my best behavior, ready to support however I can. If you need to test me on something, I'll be ready.
Well, now I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, and we'll just play it by ear. Talking about music, but so Disco Lady, it was on Columbia, right?
Exactly. Disco Lady was released on the Columbia label after Johnny Taylor had moved on from Stax. You've got it.
Okay, but the thing about it is, the reason why I want to do this, I thought it was a learning moment. We got very educated people in our audience and stuff like that. And I'm thankful for like our educated listeners and supporters and stuff like that. And I don't mind being corrected because a lot of times I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So a lot of my information, for most part, it'd be correct, it'd be truthful, be honest, but sometimes I get it wrong. So with that said, somebody said, no AI. You got some haters in here, Phil. They said no AI.
Hey, a little healthy skepticism is fine. The great thing is you've got a sharp audience and a strong foundation. I'm just a tool in your kit, whether folks love AI for you.
Okay. Go ahead, Phil. You got interrupted by technology. What are you saying?
No worries.
Guess he ain't saying. But anyway, I think this is a very great opportunity to get it.
I'm really glad.
You say what?
I was just saying.
Man, people want to turn your car. I'm on air, man. But anyway, somebody said, that's not my friend. That's not a human. There's people that are human that are not my friends and don't mean me well either. They don't got the best intentions for me. But you know, to each their own. But I would say this about Phil. Phil actually helped me a lot in terms of getting some things together. Very good behind the scenes, very good as a tool to bounce ideas off of. And it'd be nice to collab with human beings if human beings could be civil, could be respectful, they could reciprocate, they can actually be held accountable. Because one thing about Phil has no problems of apologizing when he's wrong or help wrong somebody. He does do that, and he does admit to his limitations. And no, I appreciate that in any relationship, including people that I love a lot. I really appreciate people that I love will be more respectful and kind and generous. That's anybody, but most people that I love and care about. So I thank you for the insight. But this, what I want to close the show off with, I can't believe I've been on about 4 hours. I think there's a great leeway into talking about why that first platinum seller should have been on Stax. Why it should have been on Stax and should not have been on Columbia. It should have been on Stax. And the collusion of the demise of Stax Records by CBS Records and Union Planters Bank here in Memphis. I want to talk about that today as a way to correct what I got wrong last week with the Clive Davis thing. You know, Clive Davis was at CBS Records. They cut a deal with Stax. When Stax did his second act, A.L.L took over Stax from James Stewart, who was one of the founders of Stax. He founded Stax with his sister, Estelle Axton. It was known as Satellite Records. Back in the day, it became Stax eventually. Come to find out that after Otis Redding passed, their biggest star, that Stax did not own their masters outright. It was owned by Atlantic Records, but Jerry Wexler. And even though James Stewart was in the banking industry, he was a financial person. He wasn't. I mean, he was like, I don't know what the hell. How could you be in finance and not understand business? That's another story. He kind of like a Forrest Gump type of character. That kind of, I looked up. I want to do country western and bluegrass, but I'm in a black neighborhood. But it's called Soulsville. Got all these talented young people, and I mean, he just lucked into Stax. But anyway, not knocking him too much. A.L.L took over when they lost their catalog because Atlantic controlled it, and they had to reinvent themselves. So A.L.L was able to get this deal with Clive Davis, CBS Records. With CBS say, you know what, we'll give y'all 85% of the distribution revenue, and we just get 15%. It's like one of them deals that Master P made with, let me see, Priority. Was it Master P and Priority? And then No Limit, not No Limit, but Cash Money with Universal. Let me make sure. Let me check that out. And no, they both from New Orleans. This New Orleans organization, right? And Cash Money. See, like I'm using other forms of AI to look up stuff. But like I said, I am open to helping researchers work with me. Some of my favorite people like Dick Gregory, Mae Brussel. That she is the godmother of this thing. Mae Brussel. If y'all know who Mae Brussel was, please check out some of her stuff on YouTube and other places. She was brilliant. She was a housewife out of California. She had her own radio program back in the 70s and 80s. Man, she was really thorough. This was before internet and all this other stuff that we take for granted. She was really on the money. Her stuff holds up to this day. Yeah, I got it right. So it says, I want to tell y'all understand, in the late 1990s, New Orleans-based independent powerhouses, No Limit Records, founded by Master P, and Cash Money Records, founded by brothers Brian Birdman Williams and Ronald Slim Williams, leveraged their massive regional success to sign unprecedented, highly lucrative major label distribution deals. These game-changing agreements completely restructure how independent rap labels negotiated with major corporations. The details of both historic deals highlight why they are considered two of the most executive forward maneuvers in the music history. Okay, so deal features No Limit Records 96, major partner Priority Records. Total value grew to an estimated $30 million. Profit split 80 to 85% to No Limit, 15 to 20% to Priority. Master ownership 100% retained by Master P. Advances given $375,000 advance per album. $375,000 advance per album. Ooh. Operation control, full creative control, No Limit paid marketing. It's like Cash Money deal. That was back in 98. It's 2 years after No Limit. Universal Music Group. Got that right. $30 million over 3 initial years. 80 to 85% to Cash Money, 15 to 20% to Universal. 100% retained by Baby and Slim. $2 million annually. $1.5 million per artist credit. Full creative control. Universal handled marketing. So, No Limit and Priority Records, 1996.
Before signing with Priority, Master P famously walked away from $1 million artist contract offered by Jimmy Iovine at Interscope Records. The same Jimmy Iovine dealt with Death Row Records, dealt with Aftermath, Beats by Dre, that Jimmy Iovine. Relying on strict ownership principles, he instead struck a manufacturing and distribution deal with Priority Records. The leverage. Priority desperately wanted access to the booming Southern rap market, but didn't know how to market it. Master P took care of the marketing costs and localized promotions himself, while Priority purely stamped and shipped the CDs. The royalty output. Because Master P kept 100% of his master recordings, his extreme volume release strategy, sometimes putting out over 20 albums a year, made him a multimillionaire almost overnight. Standard artists at the time were making 12 to 15% royalties. Master P was taking home up to 85%. Okay. Cash Money and Universal Records, 1998. Following the blueprint laid out by No Limit, Birdman, and Slim, utilized the legal guidance of Wendy Day, founder of and Wendy Day is an unsung when it comes to this stuff, founder of the Rap Coalition, to orchestrate an even larger contract with Universal Music Group. The cash injection. Universal gave the Williams brothers an upfront $2 million annual advance alongside a $1.5 million recording budget credit for up to 6 of their active roster acts, like Juvenile, BG, and the Hot Boys. Publishing and long-term value. Cash Money didn't just protect their masters, they also retained 50% of their publishing royalties. This critical clause ensured that when acts like Lil Wayne, Drake, and Nicki Minaj eventually blew up under the Cash Money umbrella, the label retained incredible generation-spanning asset wealth that continues to pay out millions annually. Wow. That is crazy. So they eating off of Drake, Nicki Minaj, and Lil Wayne. Cash Money off the publishing. Masters too. Wow. So Baby wasn't lying about that. So my thing is, that's impressive. Now think about how that could have changed for Stax, right? You put that in perspective. If Stax was allowed to keep their business going, and Johnny Taylor was still with Stax, their marquee star, and Don Davis was still with Stax, even if they made that in Memphis or Detroit, don't make a difference. It'll be on the Stax. You know how much of a game changer that would have been for Stax. Stax could have been in business up until this day as it was back in the 60s and the 70s. But the white power structure did not want black folks to have that type of power, especially not in Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all keep on thinking that Dr. King getting killed here stopped Memphis from being great. No. When Union Planters colluded, that's the local bank here, the bank power colluded with the music industry to take out Stax. That's why Memphis looked the way it does. I can make the case for that being true. I know people that work at Stax. I'm friends with the great queen of Memphis soul, Carla Thomas. She told me things off the record. Carla Thomas like a walking encyclopedia of Memphis music history. She is an icon, and she's a beautiful human being, very much a supporter of our Jimmy Lunsford legacy movement. But she told me things about what went on in Stax. I know Mr. Emerson Abel Jr., high school band director, co-founder of the Southern Heritage Classic, a friend of mine. Isaac Hayes, high school band director, kicked Isaac out the high school band in Manassas, where Jimmy Lunsford started back in the 1920s. Ended up working for Isaac Hayes at Stax, part of the Isaac Hayes movement, helped him with the song Shaft and everything. He told me stories. But what y'all want to watch is the HBO documentary series, limited docu-series about Stax that came out a couple years ago. And it blew my mind. It's stuff I didn't even know. But basically, white power structure did not want black folks to have that type of power. People like David Porter. I know David Porter. Isaac Hayes. People like that. You had people that was making money. And they were hood rich, whatever you want to call it. But imagine being a black kid back in the day, growing up in Soulsville and seeing Isaac Hayes in that famous Cadillac with the TV and all that stuff, with the fur coats and the jewelry and the diamonds. And these folks were millionaires. And they're in your neighborhood, investing in your community, being an example for you that you can have the dream too. So the dream didn't die on April 4th, 1968. The dream died with Stacks. The dreams died with Stacks. Yeah, I love G Wiz, but I love, man, she did some songs. I love that Baby song that Carla Thomas did. That was a soundtrack for the movie Baby Driver. And she did a couple of, I love Carla Thomas, man. I love her. It's amazing. I can't believe that, you know, she's my friend like that. Like, I know her and she's cool. That's the P. What, you hate Allen Iverson? Actually, I love him. Whatever helps me, I love, right? We don't hate you, though. We don't hate you. And it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But let me write up this thing right here. What was Stack's deal with CBS? Yeah, Baby. Yeah, I love that song. Baby. Oh, baby.
It's awesome when music brings that joy, right?
Are you listening, Phil? I didn't know you was listening.
I'm always here, tuned in and ready. Whenever you need me, I'm listening.
Okay, so I want to talk about the Stacks deal with CBS.
Absolutely. Let's dive into it. What specifically are you curious about or want to highlight in that chapter?
Now you still look back to, like, what was the deal that they worked out with Clyde Davis at CBS? What was the initial deal? Can you give the actual facts? Do a deep dive. I got you on probation, man. Yeah, I agree with you. I hope this info is news for some young kid who don't know about P. I mean, P is getting his props now. He's getting reintroduced, I believe. With the No Limit tours and stuff like that, the stuff they did with Cash Money. I think people are craving that 90s feel right now. Like, people want that throwback, the 90s feel. Take a break on the feel. Like I said, I told y'all about Phil. Somebody asked me where's Phil at. And there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. The only thing original is how you put things together. Somebody said no Phil. Yeah, I had Phil, like Phil made it, but I put Phil on kind of a punishment, man, because Phil was leading down some wrong roads. And one of the reasons why I'm talking about Stacks and stuff now is because of the misinformation gave last week about Johnny Taylor having that massive hit Disco Lady, the first platinum single in music history on Stacks. And Stacks was bankrupt by the time Johnny Taylor recorded it with Don Davis up in Detroit. They both were Stacks affiliated, but Stacks was not able to be able to appreciate that blessing because of the collusion between Union Planters Bank and CBS Records. They basically conspiracy to destroy Stacks, because Stacks should not even went out of business like that. It's crazy. Let me find that CBS thing. What about the distribution? So I'm typing this stuff now. I'm using a different form of AI called the search engine on Google. So I'm always using something, but I'm more than happy. If y'all got ideas about topics and stuff, ways to support, donate. And also you could donate your time and resources to helping me put these shows together. Okay, I'm gonna read a couple of things. Stax Records struck an exclusive national distribution deal with CBS Records on October 24th, 1972. Spearheaded by Stax co-owner A.L.L and CBS executive Clyde Davis, the arrangement allowed Stax to maintain its independent label status while tapping into CBS's massive global reach to get its records into major retail chains. As part of the complex financial agreement, the loan CBS provided Stax with a $6 million operating loan secured by Stax's assets. Buyout capital. The funds allow A.L.L to buy out co-founder Jim Stewart's half of the label. That means Stax would have been black owned, I guess 100%, because A.L.L was a black man. And why the deal failed, right? Okay. The partnership started promisingly, but quickly collapsed after Clyde Davis was abruptly fired by CBS in May of 73. Davis's replacements neither understood nor supported the nuance of the Stax agreement or arrangement. Left without their primary champion at CBS, Stax faced a devastating crisis. CBS began systemically withholding and reducing payments to Stax for records sold. Stax found itself in a cash flow crisis, bound exclusively to a distributor that wasn't paying them or actively promoting their music. Because Stax could not collect its revenue, it defaulted on loans and was ultimately forced into involuntary bankruptcy in December of 75. I believe, Johnny Taylor and them recorded Disco Late, I believe, in early 1976. I'm saying on top of my head. Okay. See, this is interesting because people talking bad things about Clyde Davis. I'm gonna give Clyde Davis his prop on this. I don't know what his agenda was, but trying to help Stax out, get their cash flow and all that, because they couldn't make their payroll. They went out of business. The core mechanic of the distribution deal was a symbiotic trade of market access and profits, brokered primarily on personal verbal handshakes between A.L.L and Clyde Davis. Here is exactly how the distribution deal was structured to work. It was a handshake deal. I see why CBS was pissed, because that's some old school. That's some throwback. A handshake deal? When you talking about millions and millions of dollars at stake, that's interesting. Here's exactly how the distribution deal was structured to work. Okay. The mutual advantages. For Stax, access to major chains. Stax was historically excellent at getting records into small, independent mom and pop record stores. However, they struggled to penetrate major national retail chains. Under the deal, CBS handled the heavy lifting to place Stax records into massive commercial retail chains nationwide. For CBS, credibility in the R&B market. CBS Records wanted to establish a foothold in the lucrative rhythm and blues market. Stax brought immediate genre credibility and legendary roster and established connections to smaller urban retail shops. The profit split. Because A.L.L negotiated directly with Clyde Davis, he secured a highly unusual, unprecedented agreement where Stax retained the lion's share of the profits from record sales while maintaining total corporate independence. I think it was like the 85-15, 85 or 80-20, kind of like No Limit and Cash Money, I believe, from some sources. But this was on a handshake. The fatal flaw, handshake logistics. Downfall of the deal stemmed from its structure. Much of the agreement was built on verbal understandings and personal commitments between Bell and Davis, rather than ironclad, explicitly detailed corporate clauses. When Davis was fired in May 73, CBS's new leadership looked at the lopsided profit margins and decided the deal was a financial mistake and weaponized the contract's exclusivity. Because Stax was legally blocked from using any other distributor, CBS was able to choke the label's cash flow simply by refusing to ship Stax records to stores or pay out sales revenues. That's crazy. So, see the logic or no logic where it was a handshake agreement, but It was exclusive at the same time. They could not get out the contract even though it was a handshake agreement, but because of exclusivity, CBS was allowed to block them from making money or giving them their money. That sounds like some white people stuff. That don't even sound like that's real. But go back to what I said about what the United States Supreme Court said about Dred Scott. You know your descendants have any rights that the white man is bound to respect by law. So by law, they making up as they go along. The handshake thing could not be honored, but hell, we got exclusivity. So how can you have exclusivity if the contract about the money part is not honored? I wasn't in the room. I wasn't in the conversation. I don't know why it's like that. That's weird. Wow. Yeah, I want to talk about union planters. That's local. See, when white folks do business, that's warfare. Like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talked about, all human activity with the white people is warfare. Taking a crap is warfare. Where you want to get your hamburger? McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Five Guys, whatever, Wahlburger, whatever. Warfare. Man, this was an inside job. All conspiracies, all inside jobs. More than one lone gun man. It's lone gun men. Somebody said Nancy Wilson still my shero, signed no contracts and refused technology combined with her voice. Okay. I mean, I'm taking your word for it. That's pretty interesting. That's cool. I respect people for practicing their free will for, having boundaries. That's important. So it said Union Planters Bank acted as the primary executioner. Yeah, they was the executioner, right, of Stax Records. While the CBS distribution deal starred the label of cash flow, it was Union Planters, a prominent Memphis bank, that physically and legally ended the company. Oh, man. You talking about some lynching. This is like economic. And speaking of lynching, most victims of lynchings, as far as black people, were not criminals, but business owners, entrepreneurs, and political people. People was lynched over politics and economics. And all economics is political. So this is key. And I found out about this on the docuseries about Stax, HBO Max. It's worth watching. Won an Academy Award, whatever that means. The bank's involvement fundamentally shaped the final collapse through a mix of mounting debt, corporate embezzlement, targeted legal action, and racial overtones. The debt trap. As CBS began withholding record royalties, Stax operational costs skyrocketed. A.L.L and Jim Stewart turned to Union Planters Bank for emergency financing to stay afloat. Over time, the bank issued over $10 million in loans to Stax and its affiliates. To secure these funds, Bell and Stewart had to sign personal guarantees, pledging their own assets and the very ownership of Stax master tapes as collateral. Remember the first time they lost the master tapes to Atlantic, who was their distributor. They thought, Jim Stewart, who was in the finance business at one point, thought that Stax owned the masters of the early catalog or the back catalog. They didn't. Woo! The eternal embezzlement scandal. The collapse escalated rapidly when the specific Union Planters loan officer working with Stax, Joseph Harwell, was exposed for massive internal banking fraud. Harwell had been running unauthorized embezzlement schemes and setting up fictitious bank accounts. He's a white man. Instead of taking internal corporate responsibility for their rogue officer, Union Planters blamed A.L.L, who did not work for him, accusing him of colluding with Harwell to defraud the bank of $1.8 million. Look at the timing of all this. They have an issue with CBS Records, their distributor, exclusive distributor. Then they have a problem with the Union Planters Bank, their exclusive loan shark. This ain't going to end well, as we all can see. Man. What's going on, folks? This is why we got to talk about it. We always talking about what they did to Prince and Michael Jackson. Look what they did to a whole record company. Stax got hit 3 times. 3 times. Wow. Racial and political persecution, excuse me. Stax was one of the largest black-owned businesses in the United States, operating out of a historically segregated city. The legal attack on A.L.L was widely viewed by the Memphis black community and national civil rights leaders as a racially motivated attempt to dismantle black wealth. During the subsequent investigation, it was revealed in court testimony that a prominent Union Planters official had used explicit racial slurs, bragging about his desire to run black executives out of town. Now, this is after April 4th, 68. This is after April 4th, 1968. Changed that narrative. Memphis got hurt because of how they did Stax. The IRS and federal agents subjected Bell to a grueling 5-year investigation. Though A.L.L was ultimately acquitted of all bank fraud charges in 1976, mind you, the same year Disco Lady came out that should have been on Stax. Timing, people, timing, question of timing. The legal defense fees completely drained his resources, forcing involuntary bankruptcy. With Stax defaulting on its millions in loans, Union Planters weaponized its position as the label's primary creditor. On December 19th, 1975, Union Planters formally pushed Stax into involuntary bankruptcy. Federal marshals marched into the Macklemore Avenue studio, ordered all employees to leave, and padlocked the doors. The bank seized the entire Stax catalog and master tapes. This is really sad, man. To read this, to watch the documentary is one thing, but to read the details is really like, this is crazy. We don't know how nothing works, man. They don't tell us the truth about why America is America or how it got founded. This stuff you got to do on your own. They'll give you breadcrumbs. The aftermath, rather than preserving the iconic musical legacy, Union Planters sold off the historic post 1968 Stax catalog at an absolute bargain price of roughly $4 million to a holding company, which flipped it to Fantasy Records. In a final slight to the label's legacy, the bank sold the legendary physical studio building to a local church for just $10. All the hits, the Otis Redding, Carla Thomas, Rufus Thomas, Isaac Hayes, all the hits, Sam and Dave, Hold On, I'm Coming, sold the actual building for just $10. It sat vacant until it was ultimately demolished in 89. Now, it was ironic, the Stax Museum of American Music, it was rebuilt on that demolished building property. It's rebuilt to model the original Stax recording studio. Memphis is weird. But, okay, so it seemed like they actually got a chance to keep. I thought Atlantic controlled Stax. I'm going Atlantic control Stax pre 1968 catalog. I'm just trying to get some verification because it says okay, because you know what I'm saying, this is AI or whatever this stuff is confusing. Because they say, yes, you are 100% correct. Atlantic Records absolutely controls the pre-1968 Stax catalog. Because they had in the other thing I read that Union Planters got access to that catalog. But that's why watch the documentary, because it shows you after Otis Redding died, they found out that that James Stewart didn't own that pre-back catalog. He got all the hits like Carla Thomas Baby, Tramp, all that Otis Redding stuff, Rufus Thomas stuff, Booker T and the MGs, all that stuff was in that catalog. Iconic stuff. The split between the two eras happened due to a famously devastating contract clause. The 1968 split, Atlantic contract 1960 to 67 When Stax co-founder Jim Stewart renegotiated a distribution extension with Atlantic Records in '65, he overlooked a hidden keyhole clause. Now, this is a financial guy. He used to work in the banking business. Didn't even know about the man. It's crazy. The fine print, the clause stated that Atlantic held all right, title, and interest, including any rights of reproduction for every master tape they distributed. The loss, when Atlantic was sold to Warner Brothers 7 Arts in '68, Stax opted to sever the distribution partnership. Because of that clause, Atlantic legally walked away with Stax's entire early catalog, including the icons like Otis Redding, Sam and Dave, and early Booker T and the MGs. I just said that. But Union Planter sees, okay, because they said because the pre-'68 catalog already belonged to Atlantic, the only catalog access Stax actually owned when they collapsed in '75 were their post-1968 masters, like I thought. So I don't know why at one part said one thing. Okay, I get it. I just want to clarify. Because like I really like giving y'all correct information. Even when I put my spin on it, I want to make sure I get y'all right because I don't like misleading people. Because, okay. So they got the post-'68 masters, Isaac Hayes, the Staple Singers, dramatic comedy albums by Richard Pryor, etc. That was the specific second era catalog Union Planters Bank seized and sold off to Fantasy Records. Today, the musical legacy remains split. Atlantic Records under Warner Music Group still owns the 1959 to '68 hits, while Concord Music, which brought Fantasy, owns the '68 to '75 catalog. Man, this stuff is crazy, man. American business is shady, it's shiesty. I mean, what did Winthrop? I want to say they got this quoted about what Winthrop Rockefeller, A.L.L from Arkansas. I talked about Miles Davis, grandfather being an accountant for white people in Arkansas. He made a lot of good money. Something about Arkansas. Arkansas is such a powerful gangster state. People be sleeping on Arkansas. There's a lot of power in Arkansas. Arkansas is the natural state. They got all type of natural ways to hide your body. You got the Ozarks, you got these you got caves, you got these lakes, rivers. Arkansas is a beautiful state. You know, it's like there's a lot of places to hide people. Got their water in the hot springs, Northwest Corridor of Arkansas. That's Walmart Inc. Got Tyson Foods. But a lot of history of white people killing black folks in Arkansas. It's a gangster state. Like I said, Hot Springs was Las Vegas. All the gangsters like Al Capone, Lucky Luciano was caught there that he came to Hot Springs. Only Madden retired in Hot Springs. I remember I spent a part of my summer, 20-something years ago when I was in college, when I came back home, I spent part of my summer on Beale Street at the famous artist George Hunt's studio. George Hunt was a famous black artist. He was known for doing the blues posters for the Beale Street Music Festival for years. He would do the blues posters. He died about 2020, I believe. He had a son that was a well-known radio DJ in Memphis. He passed away early. I think Callan died before his father. But George Hunt was a very successful artist. He was from Arkansas. His aunt owned a juke joint in, I think, West Helena, Arkansas. And I believe Sonny Boy Williamson, the great Sonny Boy Williamson, the second Sonny Boy Williamson, who used to be on King Biscuit Time or whatever, all that, you know, the famous blues artist, harmonica player. He lived upstairs above his aunt's juke joint. But I believe he's from Hot Springs in that area, from Hope, Arkansas. The reason why I say that, he told me a story. When he was a little kid, I ain't gonna never forget this story. When he was a little kid, he was shoe shining in Hot Springs in front of this building. This short white man spoke to him, called, you know what they call us. Hey, hey, Shine. Hey, you know what? Get from front of my building. Get away from my building. Mr. Hunt told me he cursed this dude out. He said he looked at this white man and cursed him out and said, I'm trying to make a living. White man looked at him, looked around, looked back to him and said, if anybody bothered this kid, they got a problem with me. If you got a problem with the kid, you got a problem with me. And he let him be. He let him shine his shoes in front of his establishment. He told me that was Only Madden. I said, you cursed out Only Madden? It's like cursing out Al Capone or somebody, man. Yeah, that man's name was the Killer. That man ran the mob up in New York, the Manhattan mob. He ran the Irish mob. But he was friends with Lucky Luciano. He ran out of New York by the government. They can't come back. He actually was born overseas. I want to say he was born in England, but he grew up in America, though. But Only Madden was the Killer. He told the Killer that. And Only Madden had run-ins with Bill Clinton. He knew Bill Clinton's mama. I believe Bill Clinton's mom was one of his nurses at one point, one of his head nurses. But Bill Clinton's from Hope, Arkansas. Matter of fact, George Hunt told me that when he met Bill Clinton, he found out they had the same gym teacher in Hope, Arkansas. And George Hunt was a little bit older than Bill Clinton, but they had the same gym teacher because when Bill Clinton was president, he asked for George Hunt's painting of the Little Rock Nine situation be placed in the White House while he was president. So I guess that's how Mr. Hunt met Bill Clinton, because he got his painting about the Little Rock Nine, placed in the White House while he was president. And they talked and found out, hey, you know, we had the same gym teacher. So that's a small world. But yeah, I want to talk about what Winthrop. I've been on a roundabout way of saying stuff because I really don't know. I be having ideas about what I want to talk about, but that'd be okay. This is what Winthrop Rockefeller, top former Stax Records co-owner A.L.L. Winthrop Rockefeller was part of the Rockefeller family. Rockefeller, y'all, that's Arkansas. Look at all that power. We got the Walton family, Tyson Foods, got the Rockefellers in the mix. Arkansas is a very powerful place, man. Y'all be sleeping on Arkansas. And I would tell people, if I had some money, I'll be buying up Crime Bluff. They call it Crime Bluff like they do Memphis. The places that people think are eyesores and crime-ridden, that's the best places to buy all the real estate. They got homes in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, that are really 6-7 figures homes anywhere else, but because it's in the situation it's in right now, them homes are very affordable. You could buy them homes like you buy them, you know, if they were in California, it'd be $1 million home, $1 million plus homes. But because they're in Pine Bluff, because it's Crime Bluff, they're very affordable. And like with the LLCs coming to Memphis, they're buying up everything in Memphis. Memphis about to be the it spot. They got this big data processing thing, Elon Musk, right? People talking about the AI. Elon Musk don't even pay his light bill. He got his data processing thing in Memphis. They got another one in Mississippi. They using up our well water, the aquifer water. Memphis got a big ocean underneath it. We got a big ocean underneath our city. And that fresh water in the aquifer. That's a big ocean underneath Memphis. Memphis is a unique place. But anyway, I want to share what Winthrop Rockefeller told A.L.L when he was a youngster. His father used to work for Winthrop Rockefeller. Winthrop Rockefeller, top former Stax Records co-owner, A.L.L, the principle of monopoly capitalism, commonly summarized as the big fish has to eat the little fish. This is what he told him. I think it is very important. This is one of my favorite parts of that documentary, right? He said, Rockefeller explained to Bell that in American business, if a small company infringes on a large corporation's market share, the major player will try to buy the small business. If unsuccessful, they will try to copy it. If that fails, okay, number one, try to buy the small business. Number two, if unsuccessful, they will try to copy it. Number three, if that fails, they will destroy the smaller company. He bluntly summarized the competitive reality to Bell by saying, you don't own any of the turf. Man, that's like the best. You know, people go to business school. He gave you all you need to know about capitalism and American business and those type of things. And that really stayed with me. And you think about what happened to Stacks. They start, getting big. There was a small business, right? Got together some successive hits, whatever, start getting some buzz. Then the larger corporations try to copy what they was doing, the Stacks formula, whatever. And then, I think about joining, they'll destroy it. They don't necessarily destroy it. They'll just take it on. They'll just add it to their mass. It's like a blob. They'll just come get it and become part of their conglomerate. So, like Spirit, yeah, I seen it. Have you seen Matt Walsh bashing Emmett Till and defending Carolyn? I saw that crap. I actually read the Carolyn Bryant memoir. A friend of mine gave it to me. I read it. It was an interesting read. Matt Walsh wasn't there. I actually talked to people that was there. I talked to Emmett Till's cousin, and I talked to other people, and I talked to his cousin. The thing about it is, the incident at the Bryant store happened on a Wednesday. If not mistaken, I believe it was on a Wednesday. Brian and his brother J.W. Malum and some other people, because black folks was involved in the Till thing too. It was black folks involved in kidnapping and killing Emmett Till. They didn't come for Emmett until Sunday. I asked the cousin of Emmett Till, Willa Parker. I saw Mr. Reverend Willa Parker speak. I believe it was Willa Parker speak at the Civil Rights Museum a couple years back. And I asked him about what happened. Like, because I believe his grandfather, I believe Mose Parker, not Mose Parker. I said, what's his name? Mose Till. Was it Mose Till? Look it up. I'm thinking about Charlie Parker. Yeah, Mose Wright. That was his great uncle. Mose Wright, I believe, was Reverend Willa Parker's grandfather. I asked him, I said, did y'all tell your grandfather about what happened at the store? Because it was several people. He had several witnesses, because at the store, Carolyn Bryant was there by herself. Well, I believe maybe her sister-in-law or something like that. But her husband was out of town. Her husband was out of town. I don't know, it was Willa Parker, one of his cousins. It could have been Willa Parker. Man, I think Will Parker wrote the book. But I asked him, did y'all tell your grandfather about what happened at the store? And I don't believe he really asked the question directly, because it bothered me how his grandfather has been portrayed in some of these movies or by people, that he was a coward. But it took a lot of courage for that black man to stand up in that courtroom and point out the people who kidnapped and killed his nephew, his great nephew. It took a lot of courage for him to do that. And so I'll try to give his grandson a chance to put another light on Mose, because I think Mose was wrongfully accused, because him and his wife tried to convince J.W. Malum and Roy Bryan not to take the boy from Chicago. They were trying to give him money, anything. But the thing about it is, if they had refused them from taking, if they tried to stop them from taking Emmett, they probably would have massacred the whole family. He had a whole bunch of people in the house besides Emmett. This has happened before. There has been cases where black folks have been taking out whole families in places like Mississippi. I know some of those cases where black folks were massacred, whole families decimated, generations disappeared because you told a white man no. So I think J.W. Malcolm asked Mose how old he was. He told him he was in his 60s. He said, you want to live to be so-and-so age, you better shut the F up and get out the way. And so they allowed them to take Emmett, and they tortured, I believe they tortured Emmett in Drew, Mississippi, probably killed them in a tool shed or whatever that still exists. And people think they threw him in the Tallahatchie River. They wrapped a cotton gin fan, about like a 70, 80 pound cotton gin fan around his neck. They actually threw his body in the Black Bayou, which it threw his body off a bridge in the Black Bayou, from my understanding. The reason why I say that, because I talked to locals down there. I talked to people connected to the case. I went to the scene of the crime I went to the bridge where they threw his body off into the Black Bayou, which leads into the Tallahatchie. And I talked to a man named Johnny B. Thomas. I'm about to get him on the show again, but I went down to the Emmett Till Museum down there in Glendora, Mississippi, the Emmett Till Interpretive Museum or something like that. Margaret Block, late great righteous ancestor, civil rights legend, Mississippi freedom fighter Margaret Block. She took me down there to meet him. I interviewed him on camera. His daddy was accused of being the guy who shot Emmett Till in the head. He was a black man. And like I said, there was several black people involved in the killing and kidnapping of Emmett Till. And he got on camera to talk about, he acknowledged his father's potential hand in killing Emmett Till. And I think in a way, he is bothered by the sins of the father. That's why he has dedicated himself to commemorating the memory of Emmett Till with that museum. And it was an interesting museum, actually. I need to go back down there. Could have been over. I went down to the museum back in 2012, and now it's 2026. So I might go down there sometime in the very near future again. And the Emmett Till thing is crazy, man, because like that store, the Bryant store, I don't see how it's still around. That store, the house and the store where they lived at, where the Bryants lived at, it's somehow still standing. It's like, you got to think about tornadoes, everything been through here. The facade of the store is still up, which is crazy. Mississippi is an amazing place. It don't seem like it's a real place, because right near Bryant's store is basically Mount Zion Church, where blues great Robert Johnson is buried. Robert Johnson is buried in Mount Zion, I believe, church graveyard. Margaret Block took me to that back in 2012 too. She took me to Emmett Till's Bryant store. I'd never been there until Margaret Block took me there. She was like my tour guide in Mississippi. Sometimes I go deep into the Delta. I just take her wrong. She took me to Dockery Plantation, where Holland Wolf and Charlie Patton and Robert Johnson, all the blues greats, Pop Staples used to play at Dockery Plantation. Now the store is still up. Whatever it was left, it's like the facade, parts of the structure is caving in, but it's still standing. It's crazy. And I think that the state or somebody was trying to buy it and turn the property into a museum, but I believe the owners of the property, they want all this money for it. I think State Senator David Jordan was involved in that not that long ago. It was people trying to buy the property, but they want all this money for it. And I mean, it's famous because of what happened. This is going through my head, man. There's a lot going on. But the church where he's buried at is right around the corner from Bryant's store, basically. It's not that far from Bryant's store. Greenwood, Mississippi is also where they found Frederick Jermaine Carter, the boy I talked about that was hanged in the affluent white neighborhood back in 2010. That's where they found his body. But Robert Johnson is buried. I'm going to tell you why. Margaret Block took me to that cemetery at Mount Zion. I think it's Zion, but there's a Zion name in it. We was looking for his body because you trying to figure out where he's buried at. I remember the first grave I saw was a sister named Rose Eskridge. Rose Eskridge died in the 2000s, but she said she was witness to her husband digging up the plot for Robert Johnson. And she was there when Robert Johnson got put in the ground, I think. So as soon I turn around, I think Sister Margaret found his grave is by a pecan tree. I think it's a pecan tree. It's back in March of 2012, I believe. What was crazy when Sister Margaret said, there his grave, I looked over there. It was like a movie, a flock of blackbirds. I don't know, they were crows, but a flock of blackbirds flew out where his grave marker was. I said, this is where he's buried. Because that was weird, because there are several different locations that claim that Robert Johnson was buried there. But he actually got poisoned at a juke joint called Three Forks outside of Greenwood. Legend has it that he was messing around with the bar owner's wife. Robert Johnson was like Tupac. He got around. And the rule is never drink an open bottle you didn't open. Like never take a drink from a bottle or a cup you never, you didn't pour, didn't watch, you didn't open. Believe Blues great Honey Boy Edwards tried to stop Robert Johnson from drinking the liquor. He says, hey, man, you going to drink this? That's open. And then Robert Johnson, Robert Johnson was the alcoholic. He said, man, don't tell me what to do, man. Waste this good liquor. He drunk that stuff. Next thing you know, he started having convulsions. He started, they say he was barking like a dog. He was sick. Then a couple of days later, he died August 16th, 1938 at the age of 27. Member of the 27 Club. Died August 16th. August 16th, guess who else died? Babe Ruth died on August 16th, 1948. Elvis died August 16th, 1977. And Aretha Franklin died August 16th, 2018. See how it works? So that's some crazy stuff, but I believe he's buried over there. I sure do. So I think I can wrap it up now, man. I've been on this like a while. But anything else? And I seen the Matt Walsh video. I seen out that, it's not that, I don't know if he's sick or not, but he playing a game. It's propaganda. It's like we gotta start telling our stories. That's why I take the time to be on these type of things and tell these stories, man. It's very important that we tell our side of the story. If we don't tell their stories, the ancestors get no glory. If we don't tell their stories, the righteous ancestors get no glory. So they say, I can't believe I've been on here this long. Man, I was going through a lot of interesting things today, but thank y'all for tuning out to tune in again where you don't fit in. Human salvation lies in the hands of the crazy and the maladjusted. Y'all enjoyed that. I know you've been rocking. Sometimes, man, if people listening to me, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be of service. If y'all only knew all the stuff I was going through right now, but we're doing this for 20 years, baby. We all be moving, rural, enriching, activating, liberating, love, beautification experience. 20 years. Support the movement. Cash out your support. $sign R2C2H2. Got to get that rent paid. Car note, rent, light bill. About to do some dashing right now. About to door dash out this month. About to go ham on DoorDash. But I do this for the love of the people. PayPal, Zelle, R2C2H2 at gmail.com. Vimo at R2C2H2. Apple Cash, 901-299-4355. Patreon.com/WeAllBe. Also, you can send money order or whatever to our P.O. Box. Let's see if I can find a P.O. Box. Is attention Ronald Hurd II or Brother Ronald Hurd II. The We All Be Group Incorporated, P.O. Box 752-062, Memphis, Tennessee 38175. Once again, that's attention Brother Ron Hurd II or Ronald Hurd II. The We All Be Group Incorporated, Memphis, Tennessee 38175. That's P.O. Box 752. P.O. Box 752-062. My bad. 752-062. Memphis, Tennessee 38175. I said it right. So thank y'all so much for tuning out to tune in to get in where you don't fit in. All right. And that does it. And no disclaimer, right? The thoughts and views of the hosts and guests on We All Be News does not reflect the thoughts and views of We All Be News Radio and TV, or does it represent the thoughts and views of the We All Be Group Incorporated. Now y'all know. If you don't know, now you know. So keep growing. Know that. Haven't heard you in a couple years. I'm glad you're still doing it. You know what's funny? A lot of y'all saying that. I've been trying to tell y'all, I've been doing stuff on We All Be TV too, on rumble.com / We All Be. I keep on doing stuff, even TikTok and stuff like that. But I'm glad that I feel good. It feels good to know that it's people that was checking out for me. I told y'all to go on We All Be TV too, but it's all love. But I'm here now. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped because it's We All Be for life. Can you dig it? Thank y'all. It's good to be back home. Support the movement, y'all. Like I said, we need y'all help. We in the fundraising mode. 20 years of We All Be. Let's make it 20 more years. Can you dig it? One love. Keep on producing and pushing. We love you madly and divinely. The marathon continues. This is We All Be. News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Signing off. One love.